I don't know.
Why do you keep saying I don't know?
Because I don't know.
Is there another spot that
He said
FanDuel
he
does
has
this
a
outside of
FanDuel
FanDuel
show.
TV?
He has a FanDuel show. Can I come on? And I go, sure. And that's the extent. It could be on Vladimir Putin's network. I wouldn't know.
Will you tell him?
This Nick Wilson really knows his Browns, man. That was Putin.
Okay. That was Putin?
Yeah. He's entitled American, but
like...
I love his show.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we finally have 5 hours of piping hot sports talk on the way for you.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
4 just wasn't enough, guys.
No.
4 just was not enough.
No, you want to talk about, don't ever do that to me again. Honestly, give me 6 hours today.
Give me 7.
Today's Thursday. Sorry, Thursday Night Football, you're going to start late.
Yeah.
Papa's got some takes to get off today.
It's actually like a good game tonight, too, but like, who needs that? We don't need that nonsense in our life.
It's just NFL programming. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we got Jake Murrin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing. If you guys get a chance, you can obviously watch the full show, all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and whatnot. My guy Kevin says he watches us on YouTube every single day. And which is why I can't tell the story about how I heard somebody over the weekend use the word earthy when we were out, when Vanessa and I were out, and I spent the rest of the time trying not to want to punch that guy out. He was end up the night guy.
Was that Kevin?
No. It was not Kevin. Nor was it his beautiful bride.
So why can't you tell the story?
Well, because Kevin might then tell Beth, and then Beth might tell somebody else, and then somebody else might.
Hey, just be cool about it, okay?
Kevy, come on,
be
buddy.
cool about it. Let's just not. I mean, just don't tell your wife this.
Yeah, this is just between hombres, right? This is the trust tree with the nest. We're building trust tree here with our guy Kev.
Although I feel like Kevin needs some content for Beth.
That's true. I think.
You know, you're sitting around the dinner table and you're just like, you basically do the play-by-play of your day. And you just don't miss any details because you're like, your wife just likes the content.
But can we all agree? The word earthy, the second somebody uses it.
Well, when you're trying to describe like alcohol or something, yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, or even like wine. It's like
as an earthy
which is
undertone
also
to it.
an alcohol.
Yeah,
yeah, it's very earthy.
I was going to let that go, by the way.
So it tastes like dirt. Okay, that's interesting. But again, follow us on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, like our guy
way
Kevin.
Of saying I don't like it.
Yeah, like or they just really like dirt.
They might like dirt. Some kids played in dirt as a kid.
That's true.
You know, a lot.
Some kids ate dirt.
Some kids did. Were you one of those kids?
No.
Okay.
I ate everything else. One of my cousins definitely
you grew up in the country. I just assumed that might have been a thing.
One of my cousins swallowed a nickel though, and I remember being like, I think I'd rather eat dirt than a nickel. And then they had to wait for him to pass it. That's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother level of parenting.
How do you swallow a nickel?
With your mouth.
Obviously, thank you. No, I mean, like you made it sound like it was that wasn't an accident. That was him like thinking that was a good idea.
That was I'm going to put this nickel in my mouth.
Yeah,
and then he thought about it.
He's like chewing on it like it's gum.
Well, I can't spit this nickel out. It's been in my mouth. That'd be disgusting. And then he swallowed it. And then a couple days later,
there's so many stories of kids that like they swallow dinosaurs, they swallow all sorts of random things, and I never had any of that as a child.
And then everybody grows up, and then it goes the opposite way. There are all these stories about things that got caught places they shouldn't get caught.
Like what?
Bars of soap.
Yeah. Anything else?
Dinosaurs, ironically enough.
Oh, really? Yeah, dinosaurs make a comeback.
Yeah.
Who knew? We don't keep
It's actually the same dinosaur.
Is that
it? We're going to see. All right, will it come out this way? If I
notice that the T-Rex works best.
Yeah. By the way, don't even attempt a brontosaurus. You are not built like that.
You're not ready for that one.
I mean, the first part of it's easy because of the long neck and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's a very thin neck.
Yeah, sure.
The rest of it is just going to be a walking nightmare.
Well, that's why the T-Rex works best. The little tiny baby arms.
That's true. You don't. Well, though it could maybe grab your intestines as it's internally
grabbing something else.
Now. We got Matt Corrali. Give me that dinosaur, baby. I'll take the Stegosaurus. He's on. I'm sorry, Matt.
He's gone in a couple weeks. Who cares?
It's all right. He's
a member leaving that was actually at the Christmas party last night. That's nice. Well, it was good to see him.
Weird.
That was good to see him. By the way,
we're not going to be invited back again. They gave us, this is the first time, I think, in the history of the show, rather, words hard, that we were actually able to go to the holiday party. This specific shift. It used to be a yearly grievance aired when Adam and Dustin were here. We finally get there, and then you're just throwing out the business.
I heard, by the way, there was a lot of contention around your Irish exit. Jake says you didn't pull it off. I thought you pulled it off. Jake says you didn't pull it off. Jake said you went for it, and then I guess like you balked on it at one point.
There was no balk.
I only saw you pull it off flawlessly. Jake says you balked at it, and then like you like looked at him and gave him a wink, and then instead of committing to leaving, stayed for another 2 minutes.
No, I was actually going to talk to the salespeople, and then I was going to Irish goodbye.
Oh, Jake made it seem like you didn't pull it off.
I'll be honest with you, we got to go back to the tape.
In my eyes, you pulled it off.
Yeah, I did. You used
the same side door that I eventually ended up using.
See, here's the way. I couldn't Irish goodbye if I was talking to programming folks. You couldn't do it.
Okay.
Because all of them are going to see my very large frame do it, whereas if I go sneak over to the sales side and then, this conversation ended. There's a
Now, did you think I had Irish exited as I just went and talked to the salespeople?
Yes. Yeah.
And
I was mad because I wanted to Irish goodbye first.
No, not the case. I just ended up talking to the sales. I talked to the owner of AJ Rocco's for a solid 10 minutes or so. Big listener to the station, by the way. Is a solid fellow.
I did not get to meet him. Yeah, because I Irish goodbyed.
Yeah.
Keith on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat saying, Neckbeard Wilson doesn't own a suit or a pair of dress shoes. I have both. I just don't wear them. Yeah. It's radio. It's these shoes! I wore a generally nice shirt yesterday to the company party. I didn't look like a total fat slob. That's a real win for our programming folks, right?
There we go.
We acquitted ourselves evenly. Not spectacularly, not over the top, but evenly. All right, so we got that out of the way. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Oh, Meredith, I believe, is joining us at 3 to take over the 2020s.
Okay, good.
How you doing?
I'm good. No, I'm good.
Yeah. I feel like the show really started, so I don't know why I'm asking you how's it going right now. But
all right, so why are you hesitant now to talk Bill Belichick?
Because it's Bill Belichick.
Is it the prospect of actually having Bill Belichick be in the rumor mill again? Is that the idea?
So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Is it Jordan Hudson?
Well, one, it's Josina Anderson being the person to report it, and I don't know. I don't know where we are with Josina these days and where things are. And the other thing is, he's old. He's delusional. He surrounds himself with yes men, by the way, none of whom are actually good at their jobs. And I'm really starting to get creeped out by his cheerleader girlfriend.
I am too. So I can't find anybody that thinks this is a good idea, which tells me the Browns are definitely going to be considering this. Just when you think it's like, no, they can't go down this road. It hits all the check marks that Jimmy Haslam would seem to want in many ways. Because if you live through the idea, the prism that Jimmy Haslam is just Jerry Jones Jr. and he's in it all for the attention and he wants as many people talking about this team as he possibly can get. There's parts of me that wonder if he wants them talking about this team more than he wants this team actually winning. If you live through that prism, and yes, there are owners out there that think that way and act that way. I know it'll shock a lot of football fans out there. That's why I constantly discuss the teams that are trying to win a Super Bowl and the teams that are acting like they're trying to win a Super Bowl. Bill Belichick would bring the headlines. Bill Belichick would bring a lot of gravitas to the situation, and I can't ignore the idea that Haslam would be interested in that. I'm not interested in that, but I could see Haslam being interested in that.
I think back to something Daryl tweeted about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were talking about Stfansky in the future and how do you do this, and this idea that Browns ownership believes that if you're going to replace a coach, you have to have somebody better in the queue, right? And so this would be like if you're Jimmy Haslam, you can sell all the Super Bowls. You can sell the consistent stream of playoff success they had.
He shows up to the press conference wearing all 6 of the Super Bowl rings on his hand and lays them down on the table as if it's the only thing that's ever mattered, because in many ways it is.
He's closer to diapers than he is winning Super Bowls. He's got a weird... honestly, she is like a high school student mentality girlfriend who clearly would have a huge role here. It probably means Mike Lombardi's back, and I like Mike Lombardi as a radio guest. I don't want him anywhere near drafting. And by the way, I think we've got enough time. I think we've got enough data before Tom Brady and after Tom Brady to suggest that Bill Belichick as a coach might be a bit of a fraud.
Well, yeah, when it came to quarterbacks, I mean, he had Tom Brady, and it's not as if he did anything to make Tom Brady great. It was all the coordinators. Everyone else around him is the reason why Tom Brady got to be great.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting Josh McDaniel as the OC, although you might get Brian Dable. Don't know how we feel about that. Schwartz might stay. They've got a connection from back in the original Browns days. I
could see that.
So that's okay. But here's ultimately,
we're hiring Nick Saban as some sort of liaison as well.
This is why I hated the Mangini hiring when Mangini got hired. These New England guys, they have their way, and their way is they walk into a roster and they demolish it. When they're in charge, right? This is not if they work under somebody as a GM. When they're in charge, they walk in and go, none of these are my guys, and then they go about bringing in guys who fit what they want to do to an extent that usually the first year to 3 years, sometimes if you're Matt Patricia, your whole career, it means that you're not winning. And I listen, I'm not saying that they're one season away from winning. But I think if you hire Bill Belichick, geriatric Bill Belichick, I think next year is another 3-win season. And maybe the year after that's maybe a 6-win season, and then maybe year 3 you get the breakthrough. Because I refuse to believe Bill's coming here without a significant stake in personnel, and I am the way out on
he would
old
have
bones.
I would imagine just as much autonomy as he had in New England. That would be part of the deal, and so Andrew Berry would have that elevated role, I would imagine, but it would end up looking more like you're doing things that aren't necessarily personnel side. You're doing more things business side than you are anything else. Like Andrew Berry would, I'm sure he'd be called like president or something like that, but it'd be the same situation that Bill had in New England. He calls all the shots.
I ultimately really just struggle too with the report itself. I refuse to. This has been such a. It's not just if Bill had just lost at North Carolina, we could all chalk it up to it's a different sport. He's trying. It's his first time in college in 50 years. This didn't make sense in the first place. Okay, it's not just that. It is the Lombardi stuff. It is how bad they were when they utilized the transfer portal heavily. It is how very much he seems to not know his players and how his players don't seem to know him. It is the 24-year-old girlfriend thing. Like, at some point, if you can look past all that, I don't know what that says about your coaching staff. And I get it from he's got Super Bowl rings, Kevin doesn't. I can check that box when it comes to Daryl's logic on this, but man, if you can't look at the filth here and really have it change your opinion of Bill Belichick, I think you might just be. I think you're willing yourself to failure.
I don't even know that you win that press conference, though. That's the funny thing about it. Like the idea that you might not win at all, but I don't even know that you win the press conference because he's had so much mud smeared on his name over the previous couple years. I think it would go a lot of the ways that Pete Carroll in Las Vegas has just gone. And that might mean Pete Carroll's fired at the end of this season, so maybe it'd go Belichick for one season, falls flat on his face, and then decides this is his retirement gig, wasn't the retirement gig that he thought it was, and then steps aside. Maybe it goes 2 years, I'm not sure, but I think it has a very, very low chance of having a lot of success.
I think it's clout chasing. And here's the thing, it would have been a bad idea a year ago, but at least you could defend it saying, well, he spent a couple of years looking for his quarterback in New England, and it just didn't materialize. That happens to a lot of coaches, be they Super Bowl winners or not. After North Carolina, there's no defense of it. There's no defense of the idea. The playbook is out on him. It is as predictable as possible, and unfortunately, Bill likes to do things Bill's way, which usually means when he jumps in, the first year or two, he's not going to win. And you might have Bill for 3 years. So you're telling me I'm going to get 3 years of Bill Belichick, maybe 4 years, maybe 5 years. Who knows? Maybe he wants to coach till he's 80, right?
I mean, he might legitimately die on the sidelines.
But I could get 3 years of Belichick, and only one of them's going to be good, at which point I'm going to have to hire another coach. Nah, I'm out.
Well,
this sounds like the worst idea in history, and that's if you said right now Stfansky or Belichick, I might give Stfansky the seventh year.
You'd be the NFL's trial balloon is essentially what you're being, and I don't want to be that. I'm done playing those games. I don't want to be the person that's like, oh yeah, that seems like that could be an interesting idea. Let's see if it works out, and then we'll judge based off it. I don't want to be that. We're that team too many times. I don't want to be that with this.
216-474-0092. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, Sal Capaccio, Bills reporter and sidelines for WGR 550 in Buffalo. We will talk Browns in Bills. The Browns a 10.5-point dog the last time I checked there. Quarterback Deadpool. We've been doing this all season long, guys. Today it's going to be a bloodbath. Mac and I, between the two of us, have 4 quarterbacks that we have to drop because they're going back to college or transferring. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out. Pete Fiutak at 420 College Football News. Nick Shook, Cleveland's own NFL Network, the NFL Daily Podcast as well, at 520. Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up at 6:30 today. I don't know if he can respond. I don't know if he can bounce back to dogging Army-Navy, but we'll see. We're proud Americans on this show. We listen to Lee Greenwood. We drink domestic only. We get in fist fights when we have disagreements. We don't talk it out. None of that laissez-faire crap. We'll see what Cash Lovett
hate it
does at 6:30, but 216-474-0092. Josina Anderson says Atlanta, New York, and Cleveland have upper-level personnel that still are fond of Bill Belichick. Are you interested in the decrepit hoodie himself? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows.
for a new, used, or certified pre-owned car, you need to check out Classic. Whether you're on the east side or west side, you can visit one of their 17 convenient locations in Mentor, Cleveland, Streetsboro, Madison, Painesville Township, and Willoughby Hills. With 18 brands and thousands of options in stock, you're sure to find a vehicle that meets your needs and budget, just like I did. Stop on in today or get to driveclassic.com.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Sal Capaccio coming up in about 40 minutes talking Browns, Bills. By the way, the new knock on Shadore, the Shadore critics.
Yeah.
Some call them the Shahaters, but the Shadore critics now say that he doesn't have a strong enough arm. After watching him the last 3 weeks in cold weather, have of the active quarterback, I'm not going to get into the myriad of stats. The point is, he's got an ADOT of, I think it's 8.76 yards, which would almost be 2.5 full yards more per throw than tiny baby hands Dylan Gabriel.
Who are these critics? I didn't know. First off, it feels kind of lame for this to be the critique now. Right now, this is when you're going to come out with the critique of it. And of all things, this would be the critique?
After the Bears game, where he threw go balls to Isaiah Bond in what was really, honestly, the worst part about that game is the weather wasn't consistent. The wind wasn't consistent.
You can make an argument that the thing that the supporters are hanging on to the most is that go ball. You know, like that's going to be the thing that then you're going to critique?
Even the Jerry Jeudy throw. That was a really good downfield throw. Hit him in the numbers, and then Jerry just decided to be charitable.
This is what happened before the draft. Remember he did the combine, his own combine day at Colorado, and we sat there and we both watched on the TV as he threw 65-yard bombs, and it was just as accurate as could be, and it was right on the money. And yeah, I get it. It's his own combine. It's his own pro day. He's going to do well in those. But the idea was he had to check off the boxes to anybody that would pay attention that he could throw the ball deep, or relatively deep, all things considered. But the whole argument against this entire conversation from Jump Street was the idea that completing 45-plus yard passes in the NFL happens at such a few and low rate that if you're judging them just off of that alone, you're probably judging the wrong things to begin with.
I would say. I think it's in reaction because they realize they can't use his completion percentage to attack his accuracy. Right? I feel like it's trying to...
completion percentage right now is the lamest thing in the world to go after.
No, it absolutely is. That's why I yelled at Nick and Canton.
Tua led the league in completion percentage a year ago.
Yeah.
Tell me how much that matters. The dude's he's a career backup for the rest of his life. Tell me how much that matters.
But anyways, I think it's trying to find a new way in. I do think that because I think everybody's constantly angling in a way to put Shadore down if you don't think he's going to be the quarterback. So I think it comes to, well, he doesn't have a strong enough arm, which again, when you've played in sub-zero temperatures with high wind factors in 3 of the 4 games and you've been able to make big throws in every one of them, I gotta say, find a new way in.
I can give them what they should be using. If they want the play sheet on this, it's pretty simple.
No, is it the real play sheet, or we're gonna have to replace it in 2 drives?
New wristband. Here's what the Shahaters should be going off of, based off of the 4.5 games that we've seen Shadore play. And this would be as simple and as obvious as it should get. And for some reason, they're not running with it.
He's Deion's son.
Not that.
He wasn't that good at Colorado.
No, not that.
Okay, that's what they say. He smiles a lot.
He does smile a lot, but I like that. That's an endearing trait. No, it's just he needs to be more consistent. And again, he's a rookie quarterback. So asking for consistency out of rookie quarterback, I think, is insanity. And I think that's why they're not going to that well. But if I were trying to look at Shadore and say, this is what I need to see, I would say the highs are incredibly high, but the lows are incredibly low. And I need to get him to be more in the middle. I need his lows to be raised is the point here. And I need him to become more of a consistent. It shouldn't be the idea that it feels like on any given day, if you have the great Shadore show up, you're going to have an awesome day. And if you have the other Shadore show up, well, it's going to be problematic. I would argue that's what happens when you have a quarterback that's made 4.5 starts in their career. You're going to have this. You have this with any quarterback that goes through that. But I'm surprised the Shadore haters haven't gone to that more. And that's a real one that they could attack.
Now, that's the latest on Shadore. We'll have more on Shadore throughout the show on 92.3 The Shadore. However, I would like to make a strong declarative statement on the idea of Bill Belichick in Cleveland.
Okay.
It would be the worst possible idea you could have to replace Kevin Stfansky. because I don't think Bill's coaching another 5 years in the NFL. I don't think Bill has it anymore, and I don't think Bill Belichick is anything more than maybe a 500 coach without Tom Brady. I don't know why I balked on that name, but here's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all know Bill wants the Giants job and would covet the Giants job above all. I think the Browns. I think the reason why it's not just the worst thing for everything that I said in the last segment and a half. It's also the worst thing because I think Bill would use you as leverage to get what he wants at another job.
Oh, you think this would be a stopover?
Yeah, and then you'd be left with your you-know-what in your hand trying to find a different coach.
A stopover at this point sounds exhausting, by the way. Like at his age, to be like, I'm going to set this job up for the Giants job down the line, that sounds exhausting.
No. I mean, in the job process, they'll float a lot of his interest in Cleveland to try and gauge interest and garner interest because everybody has a certain opinion of
I mean, but
Jimmy Haslam.
here's the thing, though. He was dead set on taking that Falcons job. If they would have offered him the Falcons job, he would have taken it. Like I think he wants a seat at the table. And so I think if the Browns showed real interest, I could totally see Bill Belichick not only being in love with that idea, but at the end of this whole thing, spinning the musical chair coaching act that happens, I could see the Browns being the only one left with a chair for him to sit on, and him being like, all right, let's do this. And it goes back to my belief that Jimmy Haslam loves the sideshow of this all. He loves the attention of this all. And I can't let that part of me go.
This is the guy that wouldn't trade you Jimmy Garoppolo because he hated the organization. And it wasn't just Jimmy. Like throughout the years, like there were times where he refused to make trades with Cleveland or whether. And
yes, but if they're the only way in, I feel like if you're Bill, you just kind of have to let bygones be bygones, and you tell yourself Art Modell isn't there anymore. It's a brand new ownership, brand new front office, brand new everything from when you were there. You just have to treat it differently.
I don't think Bill would.
I think you do when you get desperate. I think he would take. I don't know, maybe it might even be 31 other teams before the Browns, but if the Browns are the only team that's saying, we'll take you, Jordan Hudson, and whatever feud she's got with Pablo Torre.
We're not doing the Jordan Hudson. Her name's Jordan.
Why not?
Her name's Jordan.
I think she wants it to be Jordan.
Yeah, she's not one of the parents of Superman. Her name is Jordan. We're not letting her do this. This.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, she goes by Jordan. She goes by Jordan. It's Jordan.
No, she's never said Jordan before. She's trolling everyone because she's a 5-year-old. I'm not doing that. Her name is Jordan. Because
I don't know. Where's the press conference where she explicitly states it? I don't know.
I swear to it. If I have to, I will say that name in the most. I will find a way to say the most obnoxious name.
If he gets hired,
Jordan. We'll do the WNBC thing with it.
WNBC. Pig vomit. Looks like a pig. Makes you want to vomit. If he does this, if he goes down this road, then we have to figure out something for Jordan. We have to figure out. So there'll be nicknames. There'll be everything.
Can we find her somebody older and richer?
But here's what happens. She'll call into the station. She'll talk to Keith, and then she'll make sure that we don't do those type of things. And then it's going to make us do it even more. It'll make us do it even harder.
She'll be hosting Afternoon Drive, and
we might get a weekly with Jordan.
What's this wee stuff, Kimosabi?
What, you're kicking Jordan Hudson off the air?
Yeah. No.
Oh, we got a no-go? We got a no-go on Hudson?
No, I'll invite her on, and then I'm going to make sure she doesn't ever want to come back again. It's the greatest grift in the humanity.
I'll entertain
Young woman seduces old man for his money. More on the news in 12. I don't know why I struggle with that.
She'll go on Baskin and Phelps.
That is... Actually,
well, what's the implication there, guys? What's the implication in going to Baskin?
I know Andy and Jeff are both married, but maybe we can just kind of pawn her off on one of the midday boys, right?
The point being, if at the end of this, the Browns are the only team that actually is willing to give him a job, he'll take the job. He won't let a long-standing feud with a dead guy stand in the way.
I think he might. Have you met this guy?
He won't. He so desperately wanted a Falcons job that wasn't even good. He was crawling and begging for that Falcons job. That's why he went and took the UNC job, because he was embarrassed that he didn't get the Falcons job. They didn't want him. And so it's like, I don't think he's got the amount of people in the NFL to back him up the way that he thinks he does. And if the Browns are the last team at the table and the only team at the table offering him the gig, then I think congratulations to Jimmy Haslam. You get what you want, and that would be Bill Belichick.
Chaser on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying, don't be jelly, Nick, and she hits on Nick, he will melt. No, He
yeah.
won't.
Oh yeah, you melted down with one Pearl Jam convo with Kevin Stefanski. You get
You
Jordan,
look at his eyes, talk a little Pearl Jam Blue album, and tell me you don't swoon.
Jordan Hudson talks about Blitzen Trapper, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa.
I didn't know she was into the BT. If she was into the BT, it changed the game.
JH, let's go. Let's do this.
I would show her my bank account, and I'm pretty sure she'd walk away very quickly. Also, I don't have enough wrinkles.
I don't think you're going to snipe Jordan Hudson from Bill Belichick. I don't think that's going to be the reality here.
Yeah, but I think the point is...
But I think you guys could get to a common place of agreement.
I'm not jealous of a 24-year-old girl. I'm sorry, I'm not in on 24-year-old girls because I'm an adult who has a healthy relationship with women.
Nobody's saying anything to the contrary. But for a weekly radio hit, I'm pretty sure you can do it.
Hey, Jordan, you want to come on the radio and talk sports, huh?
Was that Baskin or was that Phelps?
I don't know.
You tell me. Matt, you put out Baskin and Phelps to begin with. Why did you throw Baskin and Phelps in the mix for this interview?
I mean, I feel like if she has any issues, then she can bring it up with Cleveland Sports Dads.
That is her audience. A lot of 70-years listen to Baskin and Phelps.
Is she just like, I got it in with the I'm just going to stop there.
The geriatrics.
I'm going to stop there.
Yeah. No, finish your thought.
No, we're done there. We're done with that thought.
Coward.
Yes.
Coward.
Yes, I'll insult a lot of people at this station. I will not insult Baskin or Phelps.
I insulted that Phelps or Baskin should cuck Bill Belichick to help Cleveland out.
And that was a choice you made. I chose not to go down that road.
Coward.
Yes. In this instance, yes. I am the coward of the county.
Tough talking Johnny.
Nope, not in this instance.
You need some Blue Chew to get it up?
Those are two as respected as it gets in this Cleveland sports media world. Baskin
we're
and
above
Phelps.
taking shots at Baskin and Phelps.
I'll take a shot at anybody, but not those two.
But not those two?
That's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
That's right. That's where I draw the line.
I'm going to need somebody to roll the tape on the many shots you've taken at Cleveland sports grandpas. Quick hits coming up. I said it again. This mama bird. Why did I get after trampled her babes? Why did I not say again. That? Oh, no. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is. it up and went from there. It definitely worked.
But you can make, again, it's your homemade food. You can bring whatever you want. I just think that choosing spaghetti out of any of the food options that you got, I think is a little bit of an odd choice for me.
By the way, whoever's running the stream back there, apparently people are hearing music instead of us talking, so probably should get on that.
What kind of music? Christmas music?
No, the interstitial music that we use in between breaks.
Oh, okay.
So, don't love that. Also, the whoever, Mark O. Reeves saying these two jabronis don't know we can't hear them.
We didn't know.
Mark, I don't control the YouTube stream. Calm yourself.
Like, if the EAS test goes off and it doesn't cut off our mics, we'd still just talk.
Pretty much.
We just go.
Yeah.
It seems like we're on the air to me.
Attack Jake Murrin.
Also,
not me.
Another thing, as much as we like YouTube, we do. The actual radio is the part we care the most about.
Oh, you can't say that.
If the radio didn't have our voices going off, then we have a big problem.
The YouTube chat is already a sensitive area.
We can live without YouTube existing for a little bit. It'll be all right. It'll be fine. But like the radio needs to keep playing.
Sal Capaccio going to talk to us. He's the Bills reporter and does sidelines for WGR 550 out yonder in Buffalo. We'll get his take on this Browns-Bills game and whether this is finally the Bills' years. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got the quarterback Deadpool coming up in about 40 minutes' time. For Mac and I, it's literally the Deadpool. We got to cut weight on half of our rosters. We'll see what JP does. I think I might finally get the payback I deserve for the Josh Hoover fiasco.
I mean, it's moving day with the quarterback Deadpool.
Yeah. Ooh, someone's getting ready to move. Yep, it moved, as the kids say. We've also got Pete Fiutak at 4:20. We'll talk a bunch of playoff games that in the end don't really matter because there's like 3 teams who can win a national championship. However, Pete's always great. I do have a question about Fernando Mendoza as well that I'd like to get to. But Browns, Bills on Sunday. Can the Browns keep it within 10.5? Let's dream big, guys. And to do so, we're going to head out to the fan hotline and talk to Bills reporter and sideline man himself, WGR 550's finest. That's what I always say when we talk to Sal Capaccio. Sal, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here. I guess we do have to start with the obvious, and it's not about Browns and Bills. Mahomes is out of the playoffs and out for the season. Joe Burrow's out. As of right now, Lamar is out. If all 3 of those guys end up missing the playoffs, it's kind of got to be the year for Josh Allen and the Bills, right?
I think from a 30,000-foot view, that's the easy way to say it, right? But we all know that, and we should know, it's a team game, right? I mean, Josh Allen walked off the field with 13 seconds left leading Kansas City in 2021, and they lost. He put the ball on, stepped on Diggs' hands 2 years later against Kansas City, and they lost in a game-winning drive. Last year it came down to the end as well, and, where there was a play at the end of the game where went off Dalton Kincaid's arms, a nice play by the defense. But, I think it's easy to say like that. I just think it's more of a nuanced conversation. It's not about one quarterback. He can play. Josh Allen literally has the best playoff stats of anybody who's ever played the amount of playoff games he's played. But yet, if he loses, it'll be all put on him that he didn't get over this particular hump. And I think that's unfair.
Well, okay, so how much of this will fall on McDermott? And then you would think Brandon Beane would also take a lot of flack after going on your station before the season got underway and basically told the fans and the host to stop bitching about not getting wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, it's open season on them already with the fans, right? I mean, fans are already, I joke, I do the reaction show every Monday after Bills games, and whether the Bills win or lose, I'm telling you, it's Sean McDermott radio for 2 hours. That's all it is. There's a segment of fans who don't care what the Bills do as far as the results of the game. They will just find everything they can to tell you why Sean McDermott isn't the right coach for this team. And I think it all goes back to really 13 seconds, having Josh Allen in this window where they haven't been able to get it. And I get it. There's frustration. So a lot will go back to them. There's people very upset right now with Brandon Beane. They want changes at the top. The fans do. I can't see ownership at this point having that sort of appetite. I mean, they've won 5 straight division titles. They still are alive for a 6th. Probably not going to happen. They have very good consistency in the organization. They've done a great job, I think, over the last several years, managing even through injuries and things like that. So I can't see ownership making a change like that. But certainly fans are, to a point where they're ready for changes, especially if it doesn't work out again this year.
How good of a head coach is Sean McDermott really?
Well, he's an excellent head coach. I think you have to have perspective, and you guys know this in Cleveland, when you're around enough different coaches and how everybody runs their organization, how everybody runs their team on a day-to-day basis, and you get more of a perspective, and we've had a lot of them here, and I've gone through, I think, 4 different head coaches since I've been covering the team and on the sidelines, and I will tell you, Sean McDermott's an excellent head coach. I mean, if he got fired by the Bills in January, he'll have a job easily, I think, by another team next year because the consistency is what I always point to. It doesn't matter, how good the Bills are one week or the next week. Sean McDermott's teams are always consistent. They don't get too high. They don't get too low. They play, every week, one game at a time. And I know it's cliche, but he really is about all of those kinds of things. I mean, people will point to the fact that he's a defensive head coach, and you have Josh Allen, and after they lost Brian Dable, he needs an offensive head coach. I understand all those kinds of things. I think a good coach is a good coach. It doesn't matter which side of the ball you come from. A good football coach is a good football coach.
Sal, who wins a head coaching swap between these two teams? The Browns getting McDermott or the Bills getting Kevin Stfansky?
I mean, I would say Sean McDermott. He's had a great run here, but certainly Stfansky hasn't had Josh Allen, right? So that's just a tough question to ask, guys. I really don't know. I mean, but I know the Bills. I like the guy the Bills have. It doesn't mean that I don't think that he's ultimately going to be to get them to a Super Bowl, but anybody could be the coach and maybe not get there based on the things that have happened. So I like the guy the Bills have right now, and I think he's an excellent head coach, like I said.
Do Bills fans, do they bring up Kevin Stefanski, though, or is that not even a big enough name for you guys?
I've never heard his name once as a possibility if Sean McDermott was moved on from.
Okay, that's interesting. Because it's funny, we have a guy from the Titans on a couple weeks ago, and he's like, "Oh, Titans fans would be dancing in the streets if we got Kevin Stefanski." And it doesn't surprise me that Bills fans don't bring up Stefanski, but I think here locally, I think there are certain people around the fan base that think Stefanski would have a job instantly, and if the Bills job opens up, if the Bengals job opened up, it'd be one of those type jobs, and I just don't see it that way, Sal.
Well, I would tell you, I have a lot of respect for Kevin Stefanski. I think he's dealt with a lot there, and he's done a really good job. He's a two-time coach of the year, and he deserves to be, for what he's done in those conversations. But you look at the overall record and some of the decisions that are made throughout, and maybe that's organizationally, that's right. I think Bills fans, if the Bills were to move on from Sean McDermott, I think the first name at the top of most Bills fans' list would be Brian Daboll. And I will tell you, though, as much as I love Brian Daboll and what he did for Josh Allen, he went to New York, and after 1 year, it didn't go very well with him as head coach. So there's always things that you can point to, good or bad, and for right or for wrong. I've never heard anybody bring up that they would be longing for Kevin Stefanski, but I respect Kevin Stefanski a lot personally for what he's been able to do through a lot of different challenges there.
Sal Capaccio on the fan hotline here, WGR 550 reporter, does sidelines as well, covering the Buffalo Bills. All right, the Browns, as of the last time I checked, are about 10.5-point dogs in this game. Any chance the Bills could maybe be looking ahead to a future matchup, and maybe this game could be close?
Well, I would say that the game could be close, but it wouldn't be for that reason. I'll go back to what I said a little while ago. Sean McDermott's teams are very consistent. They do take a 1 week approach. The Bills don't look ahead. I mean, yeah, they've had some down games here or there, but if you go back, the Bills have one of the best, if not the best, records over this era that Sean McDermott's been coaching in December. They just don't lose much in December at all. They're very, very good towards the end of the season. They keep the big picture in mind. They understand what they have to do on a week-to-week basis, and they have yet to clinch a playoff spot. They can do that this week. If they win and a couple things go their way, they're still not out of the division race. It's unlikely, but they're going to keep winning. Keep playing to win, I should say. Now, could it be close? Sure. And the reason why that could be is we've seen the Bills on the road this year struggle and have some duds, especially in the first half. It happened again last week, as you guys saw, down 21-0. It happened against Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago. And if the Bills, they allow the Browns to play like they maybe did in Green Bay and make a couple of plays here or there, a couple of special teams plays, I think this game could be a little closer than people anticipate, especially with that Browns defense and Myles Garrett. So sure, it can be. I don't think it would be because the Bills would be looking ahead. They're not that kind of team.
It seems like Bills fans are a little upset with the defense right now. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it has been. I would say this, though, guys. Over the last few weeks, I think there's been a bit of a change from fans, which is through most of the year, like, I can't believe you have this head coach, he's a defensive head coach, and yet the defense has been so bad. And they are porous against the run statistically. But I'll be honest with you guys, like, their second halves have been absolutely amazing. Not just last week. They make adjustments on the fly as good as any team I've ever seen. They went to Atlanta. They were getting crushed in the first half. They made great adjustments. Now, the offense didn't do their job in that game. Same thing in Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago. Last week against New England. And I think people are starting to realize that they're kind of undermanned on defense. They don't have the same personnel they had a few years ago. They have a lot of injuries they're dealing with. And this goes back to why I think Sean McDermott's an excellent coach. I think him and his staff have done an amazing job of really figuring out as the game goes on what they have to do. But that said, yes, fans are upset at the numbers and rankings when they see the defense and say, I can't believe you can't stop the run and those kinds of things. It's more maybe now people being upset again, going back to your conversation you mentioned with the radio and Brandon Beane, at not having enough weapons for Josh Allen to throw to.
Sal, looking at the playoff picture here, obviously, as we start to look at who would match up with who, is there somebody in the AFC that you think if the Bills could avoid them in their path to a Super Bowl march that would help them maybe more than some of the other in the field?
Houston Texans. We saw what happened on a Thursday night when the Bills went to Houston. Josh Allen was sacked 8 times. He was beaten up in that game. The Bills left tackle Deion Dawkins, who's excellent. Right tackle Spencer Brown, who's really, really good as well. They just weren't on their game that night, and give credit to the Houston Texans. They have some great edge rushers, obviously, with Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, and they got after Josh Allen. Now, if the Bills faced him at home, it would be a little bit different because I think playing in Houston, because of the crowd noise, because those guys being able to, the Bills not having the ability to check at the line of scrimmage, but that's a tough matchup for the Bills. If you ask Bills fans, they would all, I think most would say, Houston, number one team you want to avoid because of the way they play defense, the way they can get after the quarterback. And yeah, they can make some plays on offense. And number two is Baltimore. It's just a bad matchup. The Bills are built to really kind of play in this passing league. And I know they've lost to Mahomes in the playoffs. I get it. But they've done a really good job against Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the regular season games they've played, and even the playoff games, keeping it close because they're built to stop that kind of offense. They're not really built to stop a power run game, which the Ravens can run at you. And I think that would be the other team Bills fans don't want to face.
Do Bills fans look at Josh Allen like he's in a class of his own? Now that Mahomes, it's been 2.5 years of him struggling, not having the gaudy stats, still going to Super Bowls, but not having the gaudy stats, and then how this year went, and then Lamar being injured as often as he is, Joe Burrow being in as often as he is. Like, do they think he's like one of one at this point?
Yeah, it's tough. I think the fanatic fans do, right? Because that's your guy, right? No doubt about it. I think the realistic fans and most fans think, look, they're all great, but we like our guy here, right? We like Josh Allen, what he does. And all the different, every week he's setting these records and you see these guys falling off. It's so funny. Back to your question, the first question you guys asked me about if he doesn't get to a Super Bowl and what it would mean. And of course, those are fair. But it's so weird to me. Like, I'm watching these people say this nationally, and yet no one's bringing up the fact, well, if the playoff field is so weak, then how come Lamar and Patrick Mahomes couldn't even get into it, right? And yet it's all being put on Josh Allen, who actually would go farther than them in the playoffs this year.
Sal, great stuff. Always appreciate your time. And honestly, I think here in Cleveland, I think we could get behind a Buffalo championship. I think there's some comparison between the two teams. We share a lake, and
or we root for them to fall flat on their face, and then we can have a coach swap.
Well, listen, guys, I'll tell you this. I used to, growing up in Buffalo, Lake Erie, Rust Belt, Bills, Browns. My first ever playoff game I went to was in Cleveland in '89 when the Bills lost. Ronnie Harmon dropped the pass, Clay Matthews the interception, right? That's first. I went to that with my dad. He drove me. I was in high school. Anyway, I would always root against Cleveland because I didn't want them to get a championship before Buffalo. I think it's just like it was such jealousy. But that all flipped with LeBron coming back, and I was rooting for LeBron. He got it. I was very happy for Cleveland. A lot of Cleveland friends, and I agree with you. There's a bit of a kinship between these two kinds of cities.
Man, you kind of broke my ankles there. I was like, well, if you're rooting against us, how dare you? But then you said the LeBron thing, and now we're right back to being copacetic. Sal, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio there, WGR 550 in Buffalo on the fan hotline. Man, I really wonder what it would be like to just be talking playoff football this time of year every year.
Well, so the funny thing about it is that the Bills fans seem like they have more to gripe about than anything. And then, like, this does happen when you have really good rosters like this. You almost like invent new ways to get pissed off and angry. And like the idea that Billy Bean comment, or Brandon Bean comment, excuse me, the one he made before the season, any of the beans,
Lima Bean,
the one he made before the season got underway, where he just said, "Why are the fans always bitching?" That was his term, bitching about the wide receivers. And it's like, well, okay, so are they creating something, or is it a real problem? And the way that this season has materialized, it does feel like Bills fans are at a spot where they've created a lot out of thin air for as much success as they've had. They found a lot to be angry about with this team.
I just want to have those problems. Kenny Atkinson's warm seat in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your
penalties, special teams issues that keep cropping up. Quarterback throwing some interceptions. Saw the defense have a little bit of issues. Again, put in terrible spots. Couldn't get anything going offensively. Don't score a touchdown. Right? I mean, we've seen that multiple times this year, and then we see them all in one game, and it's 8 degrees, and you get beat by 28 points.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The QB Deadpool coming up in 20 minutes here. We got Pete Fiutak at 4:20. I'm officially pissed about the Cavs. I can say it.
Okay.
They've really gotten such a Peterlin pass for me.
The Peterlin Pass.
Because I've had so much rage towards the Browns. You shouldn't lose to the Bulls. I'm sorry.
It's a really bad Bulls team.
After losing to the Hornets, and by the way, some of these teams have nice young players. They're not good teams.
They're not good teams.
None of them are.
No.
And this is more than injuries. And anyone that says anything, you just, like, at some point you have to confront the reality. And I don't know that Kobe will. I don't know that Dan will. I don't know that Kenny Atkinson will. They've been saying the same damn thing for 2 months, 2+ months. Nothing is changing. I think it's totally fine if you want to panic about the Cavs, because I don't know they're going anywhere this year.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, one, Evan's not coming back for a month, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows when Strus is coming back? Who the hell knows when? But I've heard one theory is, well, the Cavs want to see what they have when they're 100%. So 3 years from now? Darius is clearly not healthy.
He's constantly injured. There's no denying that.
Even when he's playing right now, he's not healthy. Like, it's 4 years in, and we're treating it like it's, the first year, and no, these guys know who they are. They know what they like. They know what they don't like. Like, come on. Let's get on with it. Let's get serious about chasing a championship here.
I do wonder if we've overrated even the apex of this team in general anyway. The idea that I think for a while it felt like the assumption was at their best, this is a championship caliber team, and maybe we should have just been questioning that the entire time too, though.
I think that's totally fair. Yeah, I think it's fine to finally go, all right, the roster construction is just too wonky.
And it just bit you in the ass finally.
And honestly, I think it's fine to also say you have too many nice guys. I think it is. I think those two things matter. You need to have a couple guys out there who aren't afraid to be badasses and stir bleep. And I'm not trying to say I want Dylan Brooks here, because that guy annoys the crap out of me. He's just the most out-of-touch human being in the world. But, like, yeah, you don't have a Draymond Green. Jared Allen's too nice being nerdy and just being nice. Evan Mobley doesn't have that dog in him. Donovan Mitchell does, but that's not enough.
It sounds like the Will Wade line from last night, where he's like, it's great if you're running a daycare center, but we need players that actually do something more than that.
I kind of feel Will Wadey today, minus the corruption.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can always bring that into your life if you want.
I mean, if it helped with a little more money, I'd do it. I can be bought. I've said that. My soul is, I would say, affordable.
So, like, last year, remember, the Pacers are basically a 500 team right around this part of the season. Like, there's so much left in the season. I find it interesting who is already abandoning ship or who is interested in the idea that this team is topped out at where they can go. It's so much of this team, if you just look at some of the stats and the numbers attached to it, is just they just don't hit the three ball at the same rate that they did last year.
So to me, it's funny. Like, I can tolerate the offense not being great because I think there's a built-in excuse. You're without, three of your best shooters? And I do include Darius not being there yet, because he's not there yet. He's not playing like Darius. He's not shooting like Darius. He's out there, but he's not out there. I can give you a pass on the offense. I can give you a pass on several other things plaguing this team. The turnovers, I can give it all, right? If you can't play hard and you can't play together, I'm not. The whole buy-in in the first place, the whole thing behind Cavalanches and so much of the fun of not just the first 3 years with Donovan, but the years that we had where Darius was developing and Kevin Love had his resurgence and he had Lauri Markkanen and you have Evan Mobley. The whole point on why those were fun, guys, is they always played hard and they always played together. I can stomach a lot. Clearly, I have a gigantic stomach. I can stomach a lot. I can't stomach a team full of NBA vets who cannot be bothered to play hard or play together on any given night. That, to me, it's a non-negotiable.
I know, but it's funny because you really can just dial this all down to as simple as they're just not hitting the three-pointer the way they were last year. And it's like when you go from being one of the better three-point shooters in the league to now they're 29th in the NBA as far as three-point percentage, it really is. It's as simple as that. Now, yes, a lot of that is based off of what you're describing, right? Like being able to play together basketball, being able to, think about last year when you watch these games, the ball movement that existed to then get to the right three-point shot to then make it. And these things have just kind of disappeared, and it's very thin in the NBA going from where they were to where they are now.
I also think some of the three-point numbers being down, I also think they're not prepared to play up-tempo pace. Granted, they played with decent pace last year, but the whole point of this offseason is we're going to play faster. We're going to hang with the fastest teams in the NBA, and I think we have the conclusive proof to say they don't have the dogs to do it. And again, I still think, could they come back? Could they get healthy? Could they finagle their way into a top 4 seed? Sure. They're not winning as constructed. I think we're there. I think this team has limitations that have to do with how they're constructed, and that includes size issues, fit issues, and personality issues. And my fear is that this season, because I'm saying it, I think it should still happen. I still think it's more likely they'll put something together and be somewhat interesting. My fear, though, is this is the kind of season that sows real discontent, where there was always creative tension previously, but they found a way around it because they like each other. And those things do go away in the NBA in the midst of a bad season, and sometimes that can break things beyond repair.
Well, listen, everything's easier when you're having success, right? And when you're not having success, it just becomes really easy to then be like, wait, what are we doing here? And the Cavs are on that path right now. My fear is that you end up you take this almost like a walk in the park, you never get this turned around, and then you wake up and you're a 7th seed, and your first round matchup is the Knicks, and you don't have a chance.
My fear,
so real possibility that happens.
My fear is very close to your fear. My fear is that you massively mistimed everybody's window and who was in the window and who wasn't. And 2 years from now, Donovan's no longer Donovan, Jarrett's no longer Jarrett. Evan and Darius might kind of be ready to step up into their roles, but maybe not. And now all of a sudden you're saddled with Donovan's latest contract, and now you're stuck in salary cap hell. I think the time thing and how old Donovan is, and even Jarrett's a little bit older, I think comparing them and everybody else in this roster, I think you have to choose. And I think if you choose Donovan and Evan, I think that's splitting the baby. I think you're trying to do both things. I think you need to be concise. I think you need to have some guts, the same way that it took guts to take Donovan. The same way it took guts to stick with Darius over Colin Sexton for a minute. That was a hot debate. To get where you are now is a lot of gut check moments. I think that's where you are again. And here's the thing. I think it's tricky enough that there's enough dynamic at play. I don't know they're landing the plane on this one when they choose between who else is on their roster.
I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem like Kobe Altman's going to do that this year. I'm open to the idea of being surprised, but he is, if anybody stay committed to the 2 bigs and 2 guards setup, it's been him. And you would have thought last year would have been enough to prove it. Hey, maybe you need to do something. But when Garland gets injured and goes down and then makes the claim that if he wasn't injured, you'd win a title, a lot of people were like, all right, run it back one more time. I don't know that by the deadline this year, he'll say, all right, this has failed. I think he'll take this through to the end of the season.
I think you're right. And I think my concern is if you wait till the end of the season and you wait till the offseason, I think some values are going to be down.
And the values are already down in an interesting way. If we're talking about Garland, for instance, it's way down.
I think it could be worse. I think the longer Darius struggles, I don't think the value is suddenly rebounding, even if he has 20 good games at the end of the season. And again, if you ask me right now, what's the right way out of this? I don't know. I would honestly say choose between Donovan and Darius and choose properly, and then choose between Evan and Jarrett and choose properly. But I don't know what the right moves are.
I mean, if you choose Darius and Evan, for instance, if you trade Donovan, I think that's a massive mistake.
I don't know.
I don't think you have a team if you trade Donovan right now.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know because I don't think Donovan and Evan's timeline I don't think they fit up.
Well, so if you trade Donovan, is the idea then that you'd be playing for, because you'd be waving the white flag on what this year would be as far as any sort of contention. And I get the argument in return is they're already kind of doing that right now anyway by their lack of play. But if you trade Donovan right now, I mean, then first off, you need Evan to then be awesome and take another step forward, and then Darius all of a sudden find the fountain of youth and be healthy in the process. Like that to me feels like you're going to be you'll be a 7-6 seed for the next 3 years at best.
You just didn't want to say it, you coward. I think if you trade Donovan, then you have to trade Jarrett. You can't trade them together because of the way the salary cap works. But hear me out on this. I think if you trade Donovan, you trade Jarrett, and then you say, Evan, you're the starting center, figure it out. You're the focal point. You basically just foist the whole thing on.
I get what you're saying. I don't trust that at all, though.
I know it's a total risk. You're 100% right.
It's a total risk. Like Donovan's your best player. Without Donovan, this team is so bad. There's so many nights. Again, even last night, it was a futile effort. But like Donovan's the only one doing anything on a consistent basis on this team.
I think this goes back to when LeBron would take over games, and you would say, "Well, that was good for tonight, but I don't know how good that is long term." Yeah, but you were still winning those games. I'm not trying to endorse trading Donovan.
I think the problems
I also
right
don't know
now,
what the package would be. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the problems right now for the Cavs are pretty obvious to me. One, they're not hitting their 3-point shots anywhere close to where they were last year, and they don't have a bench. Last year, they had one of the best benches in the NBA. This year, they just don't have a bench. It's the reason why DeAndre Hunter started coming off the bench last night, because they had to try to infuse something in that back end. And I know we laugh like, oh, did Ty Jerome really mean that much? Ty Jerome, Okoro, those guys being swapped out for like Lonzo Ball and Larry Nance has mattered. They just don't have it. In the regular season, you need a bench. The Cavs always had one. You also need to hit threes. The Cavs have not been able to do that. Like, it's as simple as that. But like getting rid of Donovan in the process is just you're destined not to win anything if you do that.
I think you might be destined not to win anything anyway.
And that might be the reality, but I'd rather have them go down fighting at least. But again, you can make the argument that this isn't fighting right now. So
I think it depends on what you could get, and I understand that that's a bigger sticky. I guess my thing is I think, and I don't know if it's real or not, but Evan Sidery put out that the only two untouchables for the Cavs are Donovan and Evan, and I don't think that should be the case. I think the Cavs should be very open-minded right now, and I think they should look at this and wonder, and I don't know they have to come to the right conclusion that I might agree with. I think it's time to ask yourself, have we peaked as a team, and is this the right moment to pivot? And what does that pivot look like? How severe should that pivot? I think you're also right that I don't think Kobe's going to do a darn thing about it.
No.
Because this is his baby. This is his whoopee.
Yep.
And I totally get that. I'm not here to fire another coach because the moves you've put off for 3 years, the chickens have finally come home to roost.
Well, that's where we're headed. If we're going to have another fall guy out of this whole ordeal, it seems like Atkinson is being lined up front and center.
We'll get to that because I think there's some interesting. There's a reason why it might make sense with Atkinson, and then there's a reason why it might not make sense with Atkinson. 216-474-0092. Are you finally in panic mode with the Cavaliers? I'm done with it. This is unexplainable. These are veterans. This is not a young team. They know how to compete. I will stand by as you jack up 40 shots a game from three and don't make them. I will. If you don't want to play, if you have defensive breakdowns because you have two undersized guards, I can live with that. I cannot live with, nor can I condone or endorse every single night going out there and you can't be bothered to show up and play against Chicago. You shouldn't need a bench to beat Chicago. You honestly, you should need two of your three best players on any given night to beat Chicago, Charlotte, any of the crap teams in this damn NBA. The quarterback Deadpool in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Pete Fiutak coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Talk a little bit of Fernando Mendoza coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. We will also get into Ohio State and their path to a championship. I don't know if we're going to get into the new Ignatius head coach.
I just don't think there's enough time. It's a busy Thursday, Home Depot, Bed Bath & Beyond. I just don't know if we got enough time.
You know, Pete's got a lot of takes on that. He knows Tom Kaufman is. Former Bowling Green tight ends coach.
Yeah. Throw him for a curveball with Bob Chesney. I'm not so sure.
Just surprised they didn't go with like a host on the station who proclaims himself to be a football guy. I just thought.
4 levels of football. That man has been offered jobs at 4 levels of football.
How many times can somebody drop a hint that they're a fit for a head coaching job and they just pass them by?
I thought you and Ken were in good terms right now.
Oh, was I wasn't talking about Ken.
Oh no!
I need 100 Cleveland men.
Oh, it was somebody else.
Yeah, somebody else who also works at the station.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
Clearly.
Who would that other person be?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I do not recall.
Wow. Okay. Was it Baskin?
Yeah. I do not recall.
Was it Phelps?
Do not recall.
How about Anthony Lima?
I do not recall.
How about Jake Volnick?
I do not recall.
We're out of guys.
Well, no, we got part-timers here.
You're right.
I
should have assumed
Anthony Allant.
Yeah, I should have assumed he was up for the job. Yeah,
either one of those guys.
Yeah, he could definitely do it. You're
guys.
delaying your quarterback sacrifice that is about to happen here.
There's no delay.
It is moving day with the quarterback Deadpool.
Let's make it move with the commissioner, Jake Murrin. I almost called you Jake Volnick. It's been a day. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Doing all right. So set the stage for everybody. We don't need to reset our teams as much as we need to reset our teams.
Yeah.
Just let us know how many of our quarterbacks have basically said, we're not going to be in the NFL next year.
Yeah, so that would be 4 total, Nick. 2 on your team, 2 on Mac's team. So it's week 17 of the quarterback Deadpool, and I'm expecting a very chaotic week, at least 4 moves, maybe more if JP decides to get involved here. And the waiver wire truly has never mattered more, and it's Mac first, Nick, you're second, and then Jonathan last right now in the waiver wire. So we're going to actually start with Mac's team, as he's, of course, going to make 2 moves this week. He has Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson.
Well, he doesn't have to make any moves, by the way, Jake. He can keep his dead quarterbacks on there if he wants.
You would think he would make moves. So Mendoza and Simpson, those are the 2 guys likely to stay, I would think. And then Lenora Sellers, he is reportedly finalizing a deal to return to South Carolina. And then Brendan Sorsby, who did announce he's entering the transfer portal this week. Mac, take it away. Which move are you making first?
So I'm going to undo the last move that I did, which was pick up Brendan Sorsby and drop Darian Mensah. I'm going to pick back up Darian Mensah, get him back on the roster where he belongs.
All righty.
All right, Darian Mensah back in the quarterback Deadpool. That leaves us to you, Nick, as your second in the waiver wire. You have Carson Beck, Arch Manning, Josh Hoover, and Jaden Mayava on your team right now, with Arch Manning returning to Texas, and USC announced earlier this week that Jaden Mayava is returning to USC this year as well.
I'm going to go with the name that's not on the board. We have not touched this quarterback yet. Aruga. I'm going to go with UConn quarterback Joe Fagnano. Good luck writing that one up on the old...
Yeah, I might as well just look up UConn quarterback and then
you'll see what I'm talking about. Fagnano. All right? You better say the Italian the hell out of it, because if you double clutch on that one, I'm getting a new producer.
I did just see the spelling of it. I know exactly what you mean.
Fagnano.
Yeah, that's thanks for the advice there, Nick.
Hey, you're welcome.
Appreciate that.
JP, would you like to make any moves today?
Only 1 interception all year for Nano. For Fagnano.
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 Can you pass the Fagnano? It's like we were talking to Sal Capaccio. I'm like, that sounds tasty.
All right, I laughed. That's good.
Good time. Yeah, wow, 28 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Yeah.
That's a man after Kevin Stfansky's heart,
He's also like the same age as Tyler Shuck. It's a calculated ploy.
Oh, is he just really old?
I wouldn't say really old. 25 doesn't seem to be really old.
In quarterback years, you might as well be a grandpa.
Looking good on Tyler Shuck right now, even though we all kind of think he stinks.
He played for Maine for 4 seasons, to then play for UConn for 3. He's a career college quarterback. He has made his livelihood of just being a career college quarterback.
I think he actually has like 80 starts in college. It's pretty obscene. But it's working for me. All right, JP, you gonna make any moves?
No, I'm not making any moves.
Coward.
So that brings us back
Got
to you,
no
Mac.
moves to make.
All right, I'm going to once again pick up a quarterback that I had previously. I'm going to pick up Jalen Daniels from Kansas for Lenora Sellers.
Okay.
All the retreads for Mac.
It's okay.
Daniels and Mensa back on his team.
So theoretically, if I don't pick up a quarterback this week, I would have waiver wire claim number 1 next week, yes?
Yeah, because you're number 1 right now, so that would remain for next week.
No, because he just chose a quarterback, and so I default to the top.
No, you passed.
No. Passing is not claiming. If I don't claim, I go to the top.
I don't feel like that's
JP
correct.
would go to the top.
So, yeah, JP would be at the top.
I don't think anybody here is right.
I'm now at the top.
Yes, JP would be at the top.
You are now atop. Let me see here. All right. Well, since you wanted to throw a wrench into my... Now, would Mac go to the last then?
You go like Springsteen at the end?
If you make a move right now, Mac, you would be last if you make a move right now. Mac is last now.
I don't like those odds.
You are second right now,
I'm
but Jonathan
real
is passed.
hard, Commish. I expect more out of this league. I created this bitch.
You want the league to like bend the rules for you? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. I'm like a Steinbrenner.
Do enough of that with the
Somebody else
Josh
that likes
pick?
food and Coke at the same time. Okay, I meant because the Steinbrenners like it.
Coca-Cola is what he meant there.
I realized what I said. Yeah, Coca-Cola.
That's all.
I got a shirt for it. I'm gonna. I don't know.
Hey, just think on it a little bit, though. I want you to really think about this one. Really take your time and think on it. Maybe ponder on it for a second.
It'll take more than a minute, though.
I thought about getting...
Sam ponder on it for a second.
I thought about... I almost said I'd rather Christian ponder, and they were like, no, that's not true.
No, she's the more successful ponder at this point.
Yeah. Makes you ponder. I will take Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson as my 4th quarterback. I like him big and dumb. Big and dumb.
Okay.
Although the one guy was actually really smart, but Sawyer Robertson is just a dum-dum.
Why? Off of what?
He's big and dumb.
Off of what? What are you going off of?
He's big. And he's dumb.
How do you know he's dumb?
That's a guess. He went to Baylor. They don't let a lot of rocket scientists out of Baylor.
6'4", 220. I'm 6'2", 230. You never say I'm big. 6'4", is 6'4", 220 big?
Well, yeah, he's got 2 inches on you.
It's big. Yeah, he does. I'm going to find some sort of like master's degree or something that Robertson has. Oh, no, he went from Mississippi State before Baylor. He's definitely an idiot.
Yep.
He's definitely
As I told you.
He's definitely a big old dum-dum.
Big and dumb.
Yeah, there's no...
You give me big? Okay.
There's no beating these charges.
You give me dumb. Okay, you give me big and dumb?
Yeah, high school in Lubbock, Mississippi State. Like, you're not the brightest bulb.
Bet you can't even spell Mississippi. He just like shortens it. He says MISS, period. State. ST, period. Commissioner, are you going to tweet out a poll?
I will tweet out a poll. I did want to bring up last week's result, by the way.
His cousin is Jarrett Stidham.
See? Big and dumb.
How about that?
Also, Chaser on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying, I went to Baylor, Nick. I've never thought more of Baylor. I've been a big fan. Mike Singletary. Art Briles. Before the problem.
I'm just going to say, he's the wrong guy to bring up in this discussion.
Won a lot of football games.
Yeah. Did a lot of other things, too.
But won a lot of football games.
I think he's back to like coaching high school football now, right?
Remember when he was on the sidelines for the Browns with Hugh Jackson and we all lost our minds? That's a great Tuesday. I think it was like a Thursday. It was one of those days, but it was a great day. All right, that's Quarterback Deadpool. We're going to put this up at afternoon, 923 FAN. We'll see how our guy Jake does with the name Fagnano. And you guys can vote on who's got the best quarterback room when we come back What does Kevin Stfansky deserve from the Cleveland Browns? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a 2-game skid. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You've robbed me of my joy. Pete Fiutak coming up in 20 minutes. Talk a little college football news. We got to try and leverage him to get us Heisman vote.
You want his Heisman vote?
No, not his. I don't want to steal his powers. I want him to help me procure a Heisman vote.
I don't even know that it's that cool at this point,
I think they need me.
What do they need you for?
They need somebody who can look through the BS, not just curry to every quarterback that's on a great team.
You're just going to put UConn quarterbacks in there to disrupt everyone.
No.
Fanano's going to be like, how did I get a Heisman vote?
I don't think Fanano will be, but I think Fagnano will.
That actually would be really fun, by the way. Oh, you're going to correct me on his... You don't even know which way is the correct pronunciation of that man's name.
You're 6% Italian. I would expect you to get this right.
I'm 5% Italian.
You keep switching the number.
I don't.
You have said 6% before.
I think we started at 4.
I
think we started at 4.
Am I correct that you switched the numbers?
You've been going with 6.
I've been going with 6?
Yes, 6%.
And I gotta pull up my 23andMe in between the break and find out what the exact number actually is?
We're about accuracy.
We're starting to wonder if he's on any bit of Italian. Like, are you 4%? Are you 5%?
My Italianness?
You're forcing me to question your Italianness by not keeping the number straight.
I just think you're getting it wrong in your head.
I think that sounds like gaslighting.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's not what I said. You heard it wrong.
I hope Pavia gives you a big screw you, okay?
All right.
Yeah, big middle finger for your Heisman vote.
I think Blake Lively and that Justin Baldoni guy are going to have to make another sequel to that first movie about this kind of gaslighting.
Yeah, what was the first movie called?
Don't.
Okay. So you want a Heisman vote?
I want a Heisman vote. You want a
jockey for a Heisman vote?
Yeah.
What would that do for you? What would a Heisman vote do for you outside of the idea that you would
be a total jerk?
That's all you would do. You would just go around being like, "Oh, I'm a Heisman voter, so let's talk about the Heisman all the time."
You know how people
you would discuss the Heisman.
Handicap placards.
Yeah.
I would have a Heisman placard.
Would it be the crowning achievement of your radio career so far, being a Heisman voter?
If it helps me get it, I'll say yes.
I think it might be. It might be. Yeah.
I don't know. Number 1 in afternoons, 3 years running. Seems pretty good.
That doesn't matter. You can't put that on your Twitter bio.
Yeah, but I can put it in my bank account. And I have. That being said, that was just for YouTube. Well, one of those?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Describe it for people.
I winked. Pete Fiutak coming up. That was the longest tease for Pete Fiutak in history. All right, we got to get to what do the Browns, or rather, no. What does Kevin Stfansky deserve from the Cleveland Browns? Because Mary Kay Cabot was on the Ken Carmen Show this morning.
With Anthony Lima.
I think Owen was there. I think Mitch was there for at least another day.
Yeah, but the show's name is the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima.
That's a lot of words. I got to shorten it there to the Ken Carmen Show.
If only we had access to a Heisman voting program director.
Yeah, I'll add the with when somebody earns it.
Oh,
not Lima.
Lima. That's how it came out. That's how it came out.
I meant Keith. Good. Y'all sensitive. I thought I worked with man. This being said, Mary Kay was on the Ken Carmen Show and basically talked about her path forward, what she believes for Kevin Stfansky and giving Kevin Stfansky another chance.
I do think that Kevin deserves a chance to coach this football team when he has a quarterback that he can win consistently with, and I don't know that he's really had that yet here for any length of time. If I were making the decision, I would try to give him the quarterback and see what he can do with it.
Immediate rebuttal, Baker Mayfield. And he was part of the organization that traded Baker Mayfield. I just, at some point, 6 years is a long time.
He gave him the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah. I think this year.
What are we talking about?
I think this year was the mulligan for everything else.
He's on quarterback number 13. Like, I'm sorry, you only get so many bites at the apple before we have to look around and say, what are you really doing?
I also think, it's 6 years. That's like
6 years, 13 quarterbacks, already drafted a number one quarterback. I don't know what more we can do for you.
I don't want to say that Mary Kay's doing this because, it's the Cleveland Browns beat reporter of note, right? Like,
of course.
You start the org chart with Mary Kay and her experience.
Yes.
I do think that beyond Mary Kay, certainly on a national level, people are acting like 6 years isn't a lifetime in the NFL. And that you can't judge results, that somehow contextually, that the context of this situation needs to be applied when I can just rebut, not in 6 years. 2 years, fair. 3 years,
I mean,
fair.
yeah, even if you're like Brian Callahan, for instance, in Tennessee, you can be like, wait, I got a year and a half to try to get everything right. Like that's all I ended up getting. Sure, it didn't go well in the beginning with Cam Ward, but that's all I got. You can sit up at night being like, that wasn't a true chance right there. 6 years is a true chance.
It also gives Kevin a pass that I think is really that I just can't possibly give Kevin. And it is that Kevin is the head coach, offensive coordinator of this team, and that Kevin hasn't had any say on who's his quarterback room.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we got there. And listen, he might not have been the guy that germinated the Deshaun Watson idea. He could have stood up for it. Like, this goes to the Wyatt thing, because I'm not over that either. I'm still pretty irritated about it, and we haven't talked about it this week. I'm not saying, I don't think it was Kevin that decided to mess with Wyatt Teller's playing time and do the injury shenanigans, but he didn't stop it. So if you didn't make the decision, that's not absolution if you didn't stop it. If you are one of the three biggest power players in an organization.
Okay, but let's boil this down to what it really is, though. There are certain coaches across the NFL that can get you to work with just about anyone or any quarterback and at least have a modicum of success, right? Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, he worked with Jimmy Garoppolo the same way he worked with Brock Purdy. You give him enough cracks at it, he's going to get something right. Kevin O'Connell got Sam Darnold back to where he needed to be. Like, you give him enough cracks, they're going to have something of substance. It might not be every quarterback, but you give them enough quarterbacks, they're going to find something. What do we have with Stfansky? 5 weeks of Joe Flacco? Is that really it in the entire time he's been here?
He won a playoff game 6 years ago.
I mean, what are we talking about? When it comes to it not having enough of an opportunity or enough of a chance with quarterbacks, you can't give them that many quarterbacks and then say we didn't do right by you.
You know this. I fired Kevin Stfansky about 3 weeks ago. Again. I fired Kevin Stfansky effective Monday for the rest of this season. That's how Nick Wilson would have run this organization. But from the Cleveland Browns, from guys who've gone into battle with him every day for the last 6 years, from Andrew Berry, from Jimmy Haslam, from Glenn Cook and Cat Hickman and all the, like, what those folks owe or what Kevin Stfansky deserves from those folks is a chance to prove that this isn't a 3-win team the rest of this season. That's it. There's nothing else. Like, I understand they were never going to fire Kevin this week. They were never going to fire Bubba this week. The die has been cast in that regard. They don't want to do that. Fine. Get it. I think they're wrong, but fine. But that's as much as they owe him. Like, and this is ultimately, like, I think the whole point of allowing Kevin to finish the season is, well, prove you're not a 3-win team. It's not like the Buffalo Bills are the 6th seed. They're not who had previously been the 1 seed in the Bears into one loss against the Packers that you played last week. This Pittsburgh Steelers team is a good team. They're not a great team. The Bengals at the end of the season, that's a team that might end up be playing for draft position. Who knows if Joe Burrow's going to play? So, like, none of these 3 games are unwinnable games, or at least non-competitive games. Okay, go prove it. That's what you deserve. That's as much as you deserve in the NFL.
And at this point, though, it's already, you said the die has been cast. I agree with that. Like, at this point, it is what it is. Even if you go out there, you could beat Buffalo and you could look really good in that game and then beat the Steelers. It doesn't matter for me. It's over. You're soaring like a pop balloon right now. I'm done with this. I'm over this. This is not, and it's to what he deserves or doesn't deserve. Like, you've been given opportunity after opportunity. I don't need to give you any more. We know this. It's spent.
Also, I continue to struggle. Brian Daboll's quarterbacks in New York with Daniel Jones into Jackson Dart in his rookie year. Did he deserve more than that? Probably.
I mean, yeah.
Like most head coaches deserve more than what they get. It doesn't change the results.
Is the question how many quarterbacks does a head coach truly deserve in order to be able to accurately assess them? Is that the question?
No, I think it's more like you don't. You are part of the organization. You are part of these decisions. And like 3 coaches on any given on any given 3 to 4 year hiring cycle, get the fair and even break. Most coaches have to learn to win with inferior talent. And Kevin can't. That's the answer.
And most coaches only they get an opportunity between the 1 or 2 quarterbacks that we're discussing with Daboll. Even like you don't get 13 of them, but the number, that's the difference. The number here is what I think Stfansky is weighing on for people to kind of almost give him a break while bypassing the idea that he did have a number 1 overall draft pick in this entire process.
This kind of also just got dislodged as we're talking here. Most coaches get fired after 2 years of failure with Deshaun Watson. Most coaches don't fail the way they failed last year, where they finally go to the offense built around Deshaun, and it fails so succinctly you win 3 games.
Most coaches are Nat Hackett in Denver.
Yes.
Where he had a chance with Russell Wilson. It didn't work out. Goodbye.
Honestly, most coaches get fired after your first year. You failed to win a select amount of game. Like, the Browns, I think, have been really patient with Kevin Stfansky, to the point that I think it has run the tread off the tires of their first Super Bowl window. But this idea that you've got that Kevin, because I think it speaks to an idea, if you just let Kevin enough quarterbacks, eventually he'll get it.
That's not happening.
Well, but I think you could say that about 90% of head coaches ever in the NFL.
No, but that's the thing, though, is I really believe there's enough coaches out there that you can give them 37 quarterbacks. It's never going to work. And Stefanski falls in that bucket for me. Again, I bring up Shanahan. You can give Shanahan 13 quarterbacks. He's going to turn 4 of them into something. He's going to turn it. There'll be a ratio there that works where he'll be able to at least get him to 6, 7, 8, 9 wins, whatever it ends up being. You can't do that with Stefanski. We just have so much evidence that you can give him twice as many quarterbacks, and for the next 6 years, you're going to end up with the same results.
Mary Kay Cabot on the Ken Carman Show said that she would give Kevin Stefanski another chance, and that she'd like to see what Kevin can do with a proper quarterback. What does Kevin Stefanski deserve from the Cleveland Browns? And we got to talk. Pete Fiutak, Heisman voter, potential Heisman grandfather to me. I don't know how that would work relationship-wise. The point is, we'll talk Fernando Mendoza, how he translates into the NFL, and more than that, your Ohio State Buckeyes in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about
7 o'clock, you can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speakers to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we've got Nick Shook, Cleveland's own, coming up in 1 hour's time. NFL Network, NFL.com. We'll get his thoughts on the state of the Browns, Bills. We'll get his take on the Mahomes injury, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow, and so much more. Our next guest, if he wants to go see a Bears game, might have to go to northern Indiana in the near future. But he is
it's not that far.
It feels like a drive. It feels like a real drive. And it's Indiana. Has anybody thought about the fact it's Indiana?
You got to go past the Skyway toll. That'd be incredibly annoying. No, not all parts though. You can get to some really like Hammond areas right near where the casino was really quick.
I think you got to really just put it in Gary, Indiana, and just
Gary's slop.
No, exactly,
absolute slop.
Yeah, it was the murder capital of America for a minute.
Isn't Darius Garland from Gary?
But he was great.
He was great. He's always been great. We like him a lot.
I would say the best thing Gary, Indiana's done. He probably loves it too. So we're moving on. That's called a segue, folks.
That's okay. We can insult people in Gary, Indiana. They'll live.
They might not.
Isn't that the point of Gary?
Capital of the world.
Isn't that the point of Gary?
Pete Fiutak, college football news on the Fan Hotline right now. Pete, are you ready to go watch the Gary, Indiana Bears not win the Super Bowl 5 years from now?
How familiar are you with the greater Chicago area and the downtown portion of where Soldier Field is?
How embarrassing for you. I'm from Chicago.
Okay, so you know that from where I am in the North Shore of Chicago, to get to Gary, Indiana, is probably easier than the hardest stadium in America to get to easily, which is Soldier Field. That thing is nice. It's on the lake. It's beautiful. But, man, is that impossible to get to with any sort of ease.
I also thought I drove in Chicago after the White Sox game let out, and it's not like the good White Sox. It was like 5,000 people went to the game. It bottlenecked that part of the highway. I was like, what are we doing here, Chicago?
It's Lakeshore Drive. Like it's always bottled up. Pete, I'm from Beverly on the south side, so it is what it is.
You're familiar, yeah. So there's no easy, and especially nowadays, you can't get an Uber in and out of there. You can't. I mean, I figured it out. I know a parking garage. We just walk a mile and get there if we have to. There's a concert or something. But plus, I don't do NFL games. The NFL Red Zone's so awesome. Why would anybody actually go sit in the stands with people and watch a game when you can just watch everything all at once right there for you?
Pete, community, awesome. For God's sake, you hermit.
I'm with you, Pete, though. I don't like to go to the games either. It's Red Zone. It's all there.
Especially if I care. And if I care about a game or my fantasy team, I don't want to be around anybody. I don't want to, I just want to be by I don't want to comment. I don't want to hear anything. If I actually care about the outcome, which I don't care about the Bears, but, then I don't really want to be around people. But I get it. It'd be fun. But I work for a living. Sundays are big days for me in the college world to do follow-up stuff and stuff.
Degradation of society proved by you and Peterlin right now.
Oh, absolutely. I am not a man of the people in any way, shape, or form. I freely admit that.
Pete, is Fernando Mendoza truly the best player in college football?
No, but I voted for him, but you know what? This is the worst Heisman race ever. It's just there's no one Heisman worthy. It's fine until he made the throw against Penn State, which actually it turned out it didn't matter. He did make the one late throw to keep the ball away from Ohio State. But look, my Heisman ballot was still wide open as of 9:30 Central Time on Saturday night a couple weeks ago. Saying had come down and pulled it off, and he was the most valuable player and best player on best team. Yeah, I probably would have put him on my ballot. But Mendoza did it. They're the number one team. He's Fernando Torretta. Okay, fine. He got it. But he's the 46th best passer in the country. His numbers aren't that comparable to anybody who's ever great. He just was kind of the guy on the team, but there was absolutely nobody else to vote for this year.
Okay, so where are the scouting people? Where are they getting it wrong with him? As he's not just projected to be the number 1 overall pick. In the past 48 hours, people like Todd McShay have now proclaimed him to walk on water.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because he gives good speech and he's a nice guy and he seems like no, he's good. Yeah, he's a good pro player. I'm going to still hold to my guns that says Caleb Downs is actually the best football player in college football. But we'll see it this weekend. Some of these guys on Miami are pretty good. The pass rushers on Texas Tech are pretty good. There's a whole lot of talent out there. That was kind of my problem with saying is he even the best player on the offense? No. Is he the best player in Ohio State? Maybe not even the top 5 or 10. So Mendoza's great. Mendoza's a very, very, very good pro prospect. But this is a huge year for quarterbacks to come out, and there's a lot of good ones who are on the way. And where are the teams that are going to want one? Shadore is all right. Is Cleveland going to be active in that market? No, not really. So who's really desperate for a starting quarterback going forward other than maybe the Jets? So this will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Pete, we await the results of round 1 of the college football playoffs. I
can tell you 2 of them right out of the gate. Yeah.
I knew you were going to do this. All right, so what happens if both Tulane and James Madison win in the next week?
Oh, it'd be awesome. Well, first of all, speaking of community, me and maybe a couple friends and family of the players are going to be the only human beings watching these because they happen to be at the cross programs at the same time as Eagles, Commanders, and Bears, Packers. So I don't know who else is going to actually willingly choose to watch Tulane, Ole Miss, and James Madison versus Oregon. But okay, I'll have it a multi-view, but I'll at least have it on, unlike pretty much the rest of America. For all the people out there that says, "Oh, it's an ESPN conspiracy." Oh, I know it's on TNT and stuff, but there's no way if there was a conspiracy that we're getting these 2 games and not like a Notre Dame slipped in there or something like that. So it would be great. It would be fun. It's not the NCAA tournament. You can't just get hot from 3 and pull off a win over a Duke or an Arizona or somebody like that. But I think Tulane might make it interesting. I don't think James Madison does anything against Oregon.
Okay, so as your read on it, because when I first looked at the schedule, I thought, why is Miami and Texas A&M the best game of the day? Why is that one going at noon? Is it just them avoiding the NFL? That's the obvious read there?
Oh, gosh, yeah. And Waken Bowl. You wake up on the West Coast and, turn it on, and there you go. You've got the best game. And that's why Oklahoma, Alabama is Friday night. Because, again, you put those games in on prime time. I mean, I don't know. If you put those games in on prime time against Washington Eagles, yeah, it'd probably get something. Bears Packers might be a little tougher, especially for the parts of America that care about fantasy football and this is your playoffs. But you don't want to get slaughtered by that. It's just an embarrassment. And people will watch tomorrow night because that's actually kind of interesting. And if you get up early, yeah, it's a pretty good game on Saturday morning between those 2. But I just think those other 2 you're just throwing on there just to get them out of the way and let's move on. Because the positive about this is if things go chalk, the second round is going to be fantastic. The quarterfinals of the college football playoff, that's going to be really strong as opposed to last year where you got the kids' table games with, all right, someone gets Boise State, okay, that's fun, super, and someone gets Arizona State, okay.
Pete, you think Ohio State's going to – are they your favorite to win the national championship?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't quite buy into anything with the SEC. I'm really curious to see how Texas A&M plays against Miami. Miami's got more talent. Miami should win this, but it's at Texas A&M. I don't buy into Alabama even a little bit. Oklahoma has no offense. Georgia has no offense. The only reason why everyone's in love with Georgia is because they played against other SEC teams. And I want to see what Ohio State does once it puts that thing into 4th gear like they did last year. And just we talked about this, but I just kind of feel like last week it's like, okay, they beat Michigan. Yeah, they want to win the Big Ten championship, of course, but it was almost like they didn't want to show Indiana everything in the playbook before they really had to play them when it mattered. It was just at some point they're going to turn this up a few notches. At least I'm assuming so. and I think we're going to get the real Ohio State in a couple weeks from now. I think they go to the Rose Bowl and they show up strong, or not the Rose Bowl. I'm sorry, they go to the bowl and they show up strong in that second round.
Alabama, Oklahoma. You mentioned that game on Friday night. It seems like it's an interesting one. Ty Simpson, his stock has kind of fallen off though, Pete.
Yeah, he rise up fast again. I mean, two good games in this tournament. All of a sudden, Ty Simpson goes up big. Let's see what he does in this offense. It's about time it shows up. But Alabama hasn't been good for over a month. I mean, they whacked Tennessee, who, as it turns out, wasn't all that great. And what have they done since? Struggled against LSU. Okay, great. They blew out Eastern Illinois. Who cares? Struggled against Auburn. I know it's a rivalry game, but come on, Auburn's not that great. And then didn't do anything against Georgia, except in the eyes of the College Football Playoff Committee. So they have not been good. Remember, they should have lost to South Carolina there, but for a miracle. So if they show up and beat Oklahoma, they're about to be in for a beatdown in the next round. I think Oklahoma wins this. I think that defense is going to show up, and I think we're going to see a different John Mateer. He has not been right over the second half of the season since he came back from injury in that Texas game. I think time off and not having to play in the SEC championship is going to help. I think Oklahoma pulls this off against Alabama, and then we see a pretty dangerous Oklahoma defense going forward.
All right, Pete, what does Michigan do at head coach?
I'm shocked. I kind of thought I bought into the Jed Fish thing. I thought that it would be the perfect idea, perfect time. That is the next job up for a guy like him. They did end their bowl game fast, so they were the first one out. So if they were going to do it with Jed Fish, it would be right away. I guess if they go the Tommy Rees route, all right. Who knows? You never know until you get a guy into one of these situations. I don't think they go Minter. I think they go a complete left turn from anything with a Harbaugh era, and they just say we're just going to start this thing over. But yeah, this thing is ugly. I mean, it's Michigan. You can pretty much get any guy you want. It's one of those jobs where I've always made the joke over the years. Every fan base thinks they can get any coach they want because, who doesn't want to coach at my school? And my joke has always been like a place like say, oh, well, we're just going to get a Harbaugh or any Harbaugh or a Tomlin. Well, yeah, this place could actually do it. They could actually get a John Harbaugh or a Mike Tomlin. They're not going to do it, but they could. So no name is too crazy. I think they go relatively safe, kind of boring. Like I said, maybe a Tommy Rees, or I don't know who that next coach is who's actually coaching right now, who they'd be waiting on.
All right, Pete, I'd like to be a Heisman voter. Can you help me get a vote?
Sure. You want one? It depends on if you're in the area. I can actually help you if you're in the greater Illinois area, because I do know the Illinois guy who runs this, but not exactly sure for Ohio. So what would you do? What would you have done with your Ohio? So you vote. What would you have done with your Heisman vote this year?
There's a UConn quarterback Nick is really high on right now.
You ever heard of a little something called Joe Fagnano?
Yeah. He's not playing in this bowl. Actually, you want to see the ugliest bowl out there? Watch and see whatever the heck is coming out of that tunnel for UConn and the Fenway Bowl against Army? Because Army's all full. Army gets everyone playing in that game, and UConn, I do believe, is down to, I want to say, its fourth string quarterback. I mean, everybody left along with Jim Mora Jr. for that thing.
By the way, Fernando Mendoza, I'm going to be a company man this one time.
There's nobody else.
So wait, all we have to do is go back. I have to go back to Illinois. Nick has to move to Illinois to begin with, and then we're Heisman voters. That's what you're saying?
I think he's got to hook us up with the Ohio people.
Well, we know who the Ohio person is. We've already declared that's not happening.
Well, yeah, okay, but maybe
they don't like you.
It's not that they don't like me. I'm fine with me.
I don't know what I ever did. I think I existed. I think it was just
not
existing.
A thing with Nick. Yeah.
If you knew the people, what they did though this year, and they did do it the right way, is they finally postponed. You couldn't start voting until like Friday afternoon. It used to be like a week in advance. They would send out the ballots, and they just want everyone, all the 1,800 voters or whatever it is, to at least get their ballots in. And that's why you saw these really weird, odd ballots sometimes. Where I think Trevor Lawrence was awful one time and he finished second. And this year, that's why there's no chance for Jeremiah Love to do this, because he wasn't going to play, and it really was going to come down to Friday or Saturday night in those games, and that's why if Fan went lights out, he'd have won. I think if he was just ripped it up and Ohio State won with ease and he was awesome, I think he is the Heisman. I was waiting for Jeremiah Smith to go off and see, okay, if he, did like Devontae Smith did against Florida in the SEC championship when Devontae won, then yeah, he might have been on the ballot. So this year was a little bit different.
All right, pull the strings, Pete. We appreciate
also
you, buddy.
a really nice subtle way, Pete. A really nice subtle way of telling us that Fanato's not even playing in the Fenway Bowl.
Yeah,
we didn't.
I knew that.
Did you know that?
Yeah, neither he nor Skylar Bell.
Yeah,
I guess we're up on this.
Yeah, again,
in case you care about, Army's only 4.5-point favorite for those of you people care about that sort of thing. But yes, I digress.
Fagnano, Pete, we appreciate you, buddy.
Later, guys.
That's how I'd say it too.
Yeah,
I'd be like, my 5th place vote is UConn's Pete Fagnano. I'd make your 6% Italian or 4%
might be 5.
Look like 1%.
Are you going to make me? I'm going to have to pull up the 23andMe. We're going to get really official as to what percentage this is.
I think you're going to have to get on top of your Italian heritage.
I deleted the 23andMe, but I saved the file before I deleted it, so I have to find out where I saved that. That was part of the whole deal. I'm going to forget if I don't save this.
Real quick, Mark Feinsand saying the Guardians have signed Sean Armstrong to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal, which includes an option, a mutual option for 2027. If you guys remember, he was with the Guardians. They drafted him. He was back here in, I think it was 14, 15, 16, and he's turned into a pretty decent reliever. So that's the latest on the Guardians. We'll react to what Pete had to say and talk about, it's going to be a cornucopia of sports things in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is powered by Great Lakes Honda West, looking to get into a new car, even with credit issues or bankruptcy.
problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Shook coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Great stuff with Pete Fiutak. Will help me get that Heisman vote one of these days.
You just got to move to Illinois.
I've done worse. I've done worse to get things I've wanted. I don't know why I said.
Well, really, all he said was you need a Chicago address. So what you need to do is we can put like my sister's address on it. Like
Fraud.
It's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
Who cares? Who's really going to care where you're actually? Yeah, right. Like
have you heard of the Hyperloop?
They're going to double check these things.
That's going to happen one of these days.
Well, and it's going to take us 45 minutes to go to Chicago, and then there and back, and it's going to be a whole everything.
So, what do you think about the Sean Armstrong deal? 1 year?
I don't think about it.
You should think about it, though.
I don't want to think about it.
I mean, that's
our off season.
That's 4 relievers.
Yeah, fantastic. Maybe get some bats.
I think. Listen, I'm.
You know how desperate I am right now. I'm like legitimately infatuated with Harrison Bader. Okay, that's how desperate I am.
That's not great.
Well, I realize I'm too hard on these guys when we talk about them in the off season because I just see them for who they are consistently. And so when if you bring up a certain player here and there, like a Donovan or someone like that, I tend to just see the worst in these players. And so I'm trying to relax on that a little bit. And in the meanwhile, in the process, I understand Cody Bellinger's not going to happen. I get it. He's too expensive. But I found myself for like $12 million, $11 million for Harrison Bader. I'm like, all right, let's talk turkey. Let's do something with that. And that's not a good place to be.
I will say, I think the Guardians, I think people have taken the Guardians' approach with relievers to mean that there's no moves coming. Because the Guardians are usually they've been like I think it was like $7.5 million for Junis last year. Who was Paul Sewald was another guy they spent money on.
Yeah.
And there was a third player that I'm blanking on right now, all just in the bullpen. I think what we're seeing is they've actually really pinched pennies with guys like the guy they got from Pittsburgh. They throws hard as hell but stunk. Even the Brule trade is like another, and even this, like Sean Armstrong's a really good 7th-inning reliever that you got for $5.5 million. I actually tend to believe, I think this might mean something. And again, it's not going to be they just signed Cody Bellinger to a 4-year, $160 million deal, but I don't think it's coincidence that there have been a lot of kind of whispers out there about a Cardinals deal. I kind of think the Cardinals could be your one-stop shop for your offense. Now, I think you could get some combination of Wilson Castillo, who that would be some money movement that have to do there for the Cardinal side. Castillo, Nootbaar, and Brendan Donovan. Those are 3 good hitters. None of them, I mean, Castillo's like a 20 home run hitter, but none of them are going to lead the league in home runs. But those would be 3 good contact hitters. I think Nootbaar fits us better than Donovan does, though.
I mean, I think Bader fits us perfectly. We want to go down that road because he is going to hit you somewhere between 15 to 20 home runs. Gold Glover. He can play multiple positions. Like part of the problem we have right now is the idea that you don't have enough between center field and DH. We're going to once again have a situation where your DH or center field are going to be vastly below what you should be able to get from an offensive standpoint. And the idea that they just keep selling out with these guys that just don't have any pop to them. It's going to be tough. And that's what that's what the last year is defined by the idea that all but 2 teams in baseball scored fewer runs than we did. And it was like the Pirates and the Rockies, like really despicable baseball teams.
I really struggle with Bader. Because it seems like he's the boomer bust guy. He's either going to give you like 3.5 WAR, or he's going to give you he's a 1 WAR player.
I mean, but the past couple of years he's looked much better but like even still, it's you're playing in the 1 year, 2 year, you're playing in the $11 million range. It's not like we're past the part of window shopping for these great, awesome baseball players. And so that's where I'm giving myself the reprieve, where typically in the past all I would do is poke holes in his game and talk about this that I don't like and this that I don't like. But he's going to hit you 15 to 20 home runs, great defensively, can help fill a couple holes. Like I need to be thinking about these type of players.
You're turning a new leaf.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Sounds like you love it.
No, I hate it. I absolutely hate it, but this is where we are. It took me a very long time to get here, but this is where we are.
I'm proud of you.
Well, no, I'll still try. I'll talk all sorts of trash about Donovan until the cows come home. We're not completely out of this.
Yeah,
I'm not worth any pats on the back yet.
I struggle really hard with the Donovan stuff just because I think Schneemann. I don't see a lot with Donovan other than hitting for high average. I don't really see a lot of Donovan that I can't get out of Schneemann. And I think Schneemann is an elite defensive second baseman, as seen by the fact that he was a Gold Glove candidate last year.
And you like saying Schneemann's demons.
And I don't know. I don't know how to say this in a way that's not going to come across as they're rewarding a lot of guys who have every bit of talent. And for one reason or another, and sometimes it's a guy like Arias who maybe doesn't try hard enough, they're rewarding those guys, and then guys who have, I don't say maximize their talent, but certainly do a better job of getting the most out of their talent, like Schneemann and even John Kensey, that those guys are the guys that are the guys you cut bait on quickly. I get it, but culture guys matter. And culture guys are who built you. A guy like Quan is a guy that built you. That wasn't a top prospect. That was a fringe prospect that came up in a bad system and suddenly became one of the 3 best leadoff hitters in baseball. I think those are the guys you need to reward because I think those are the guys that tend to lift themselves up and be better.
Which is the same story of J-Ram in many ways. You know, he's going to go further back, but it's the same story. I'm with you. I think... I'm also very curious to find out just all the new guys too. Like I'm curious how quick Bazana gets up here. Like there's gonna be a lot of talent that we're just gonna see. I hope this year, and I don't have to wait 2 years in order to find out.
So why are we talking Guardians in mid-December? That's a great question. The Guardians have signed Sean Armstrong, who came up. They drafted him way back in the day. He was with them in the mid-teens. Has developed into a really nice middle reliever. They signed him to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. I don't want to do the thing to ask people, are you panicking yet? But just where are you with the Guardians offseason? I have a feeling they're not skimping. I think they're thrifting on the reliever market because maybe there might be that trade with the Cardinals or another trade out there that maybe they can go ahead and improve the lineup. It'd be nice. Lineup's not good. Let's make it better. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get a preview of Sunday's game every Friday morning. Browns analyst Nathan Segura on The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Fridays at 9 a.m. on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Shook, Cleveland's own NFL Network, NFL.com, and the NFL Daily Podcast coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the latest with the Cleveland Browns. As you guys just heard, the Guardians made a move today, signing a middle reliever, Sean Armstrong, for $5.5 million. The Cavs lost. We got some things going on here, okay, quite frankly. We'll deal with all of them, but let's get to the lead. Odyssey sports betting insider Nick Kostos was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked about Josina Anderson's report on there being upper-level personnel in Cleveland still fond of Bill Belichick.
I don't see that happening. I don't know if I'd be thrilled with that, just because I think like Bill has kind of become like a sideshow with like the young girlfriend is like the father of like a girl. Like I think he's such a creep. That's just personal. As far as being a football coach goes, it kind of seemed like if he's going to be hands off in terms of personnel, and there's going to be a GM who's not Joe Shane picking the players, maybe you could talk me into it. But I'm looking for like young offensive, young defensive coach.
Okay, well, he's not going to be hands-off as far as personnel. That's not really how Belichick operates. But thinking about Jimmy Haslam the way that I do, I could totally see this being in consideration. He sees Jerry Jones Jr. He likes the headlines. It doesn't help towards winning, but he likes headlines. He likes people talking about the team, as evidenced by a million things over the previous years. And so I think this is something that wouldn't shock me if it ultimately happens. I put it at a low percentage chance, but it wouldn't shock me.
It wouldn't shock me either. I think clearly Jimmy likes to make a splash. Also, I think back to the Darryl Ryder tweet from a couple weeks back where the organizational philosophy is if we're going to move on from somebody, we have to move to somebody better. I can understand Jimmy's going to look at 6 Super Bowls. The problem is Bill is old. Bill without Tom Brady is not great. The situation with the sycophants around him, including his barely legal girlfriend, all of it's really problematic. Even if Andrew Berry stayed, or even if you hired a great GM, I don't trust it. And for what? A payoff of 3 to 5 years? No, I think sometimes you can get too cute with it, or sometimes you can chase things.
I just think it has a really strong chance of being what just happened with Pete Carroll in Las Vegas.
No, I think that, yeah, and that's, by the way, look at every Belichickian acolyte. There's a tear down before there's a build up. And I'm not interested. If he looks at Miles and says, he's 30, let's get picks for him. No, I'm not interested in doing that with Bill Belichick being the guy that is influencing the pick. So it's just a big no for me on every single level. And I urge all of you not to lean into name porn. It's just...
Haslam loves himself some name porn, though. Like he does.
I get it. And you can get addicted to it. So, the addiction's real. Got help for that.
Where's the help?
The Lord.
Oh, is that it? I think Belichick might have missed that already. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no way. He thinks he is God. He can't pray.
There we go.
Maybe he prays to himself.
Dear Bill.
Dear self.
What a nice day we've had today at that cheerleading competition with Jordan. It's so nice that we could do this.
Can you bring me a second 24-year-old girl?
Can you bless this meal that I've provided for myself?
I would like to perform the tush push.
Bill has died. Bill has risen. Bill will come again.
Yeah, well.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, during the morning show today. She talked about the futures of Kevin Stfansky and Andrew Berry with the Browns.
I do think that Kevin deserves a chance to coach this football team when he has a quarterback that he can win consistently with, and I don't know that he's really had that yet here for any length of time. If I were making the decision, I would try to give him the quarterback and see what he can do with it. And then as far as Andrew is concerned, I certainly don't see how you pack up your NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, get him ready to head out to the awards ceremony, and then you've got all these other really great rookies that you have just drafted in one of the best rookie classes that I've ever seen, and say, oh no, you're done. I remember at the owners' meetings, Jimmy Haslam said, this is a very important draft, and he basically has to nail it. And I think he's nailed it. I think he has nailed this draft, and I think we can pretty much all agree on that. And he hasn't even necessarily made one of the most important pieces of that draft, and that was the first rounder that will come in 2026.
Yeah, this is, Mary Kay's a Hall of Famer. I respect the heck out of her takes. I just happen to disagree. The idea that Kevin deserves more than 6 years, it's just not how I think the NFL should operate. And historically, it's if you have one playoff win, 2 playoff appearances in 6 years, you don't get a 7th year. And beyond that, I think this team could have been better with a better head coach. With a different head coach. And so I think this idea that we should wait for the mythical time where Kevin Stfansky finally has the quarterback that he can win with. Well, he started with the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, Baker Mayfield, and then didn't get in the way when they decided to run him off.
Well, and so when we talked about this earlier, I got a couple tweets, and I think it's exactly the predictable tweet that you would expect, right? When I say this is quarterback number 13, the person then lists out all 13 quarterbacks and says, even these great coaches aren't winning with those quarterbacks. And it's like, no, the point of the exercise is that guys like Shanahan won and went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, went to the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. You don't look at those 2 quarterbacks the way you look at, I don't know, Case Keenum or Joe Flacco or DT or any of these other guys. You don't look at them the same way, but the reality is that Shanahan had success with these guys that stunk. Stefanski isn't. He's not making these guys the names like we are talking about these other quarterbacks, and that's part of the problem. He's not elevating them to a spot where you think of them anything better than you think of Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Like that, and that's part of his reality, and that's why it's not going well.
I do think if it ends up being Andrew versus Kevin in the Thunderdome for who gets to survive, I think if we go on the 6 years, I think Kevin earns the right to stay. I think if we go the last year, even with the mistakes Andrew's made, I think Andrew earns the right to survive. Just depends what is Jimmy Haslam really focusing on? The worst trade in NFL history and who came up with that? Or the guy who helped you botch the worst trade in NFL history and has had back-to-back 6-win seasons? Browns offensive coordinator Tommy Rees spoke with the media today. He said that Shadore Sanders has responded well from his performance against the Bears last week.
Look, there's going to be ups and downs, and there's going to be things that you want to coach. That's certainly across the board for our players right now. So it's important to find those both positive reinforcement, things that you're doing well, and then find the areas that we need to continue to improve on. But he's been really good this week in terms of taking all that in and being excited to go out and continue to improve and continue to build upon the things that he's doing well for us right now.
I mean, it's good to hear. I wouldn't expect him to say that like Shadore's had a lousy week of practice or anything like that. I mean, that would just surprise me if that was the case. I expect Shadore to have a bounce back week. I really do. I don't know what it is about this week. I think it's the Bills' lack of a good defense, I think, is part one. I think the idea that the Bills might be sleepwalking a little bit in this game, I think, is part two. And I just feel like it sets up better for Shadore. I don't know what the conditions are going to be. We haven't been on Weather Watch yet. Has anybody said anything with, like, crazy snow or crazy wind or anything?
I have not seen what Jen Harcher, Mackenzie Bart, Tanchek, any of the GOATs have said. I'm assuming it's not going to be great. It is Cleveland. Although...
today is not bad.
It was I think it was like 50
It heated up. Yeah, it heated up today.
Nice.
It looks like it's going to be like 30 degrees. The wind doesn't seem... It's like 20 miles per hour. It's not great. But it's also not... That's not 35. This is manageable weather is what I'm saying. It seems like it's manageable weather. But I think it presents itself for a pretty decent opportunity for him to look much better than he did last week. All right. Sal Capaccio, WGR 550 in Buffalo. He joined us today at 3. Yeah, what you got there?
Said Sal Capaccio, and
You got hungry again?
I brought back your joke.
Yeah. He said that the Browns-Bills game on Sunday could be closer than people think.
Sean McDermott's teams are very consistent. They do take a one-week approach. The Bills don't look ahead. I mean, yeah, they've had some down games here or there, but if you go back, the Bills have one of the best, if not the best, records over this era that Sean McDermott's been coaching in December. They just don't lose much in December at all. Could it be close? Sure. And the reason why that could be is we've seen the Bills on the road this year struggle and have some duds, especially in the first half. It happened again last week, as you guys saw, down 21-0. It happened against Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago. And if the Bills, they allow the Browns to play like they maybe did in Green Bay and make a couple of plays here or there, a couple special teams plays. I think this game could be a little closer than people anticipate, especially with that Browns defense and Myles Garrett. So, sure, it can be. I don't think it would be because the Bills would be looking ahead. They're not that kind of team.
Sal was intense today. Wasn't having any of that nonsense, talking about Sean McDermott and doubt about McDermott.
I loved asking him about Stfansky and him being like, nobody's brought that up. Literally, nobody has brought up Stfansky. He sounded offended.
He was offended. I
like that out of him, though. That was good. It very unlike the Titans reporter that was like, yeah, we'd be dancing in the streets if we got Stfansky. But this is how we should operate with this. Sal sounds like somebody that is understanding that the Bills have had more success in the past half decade with Josh Allen than they had the previous 25 years, and is upset by the reaction by Bills fans who seem like nothing is good enough for him right now.
Well, I mean, you've been waiting for years now to win a Super Bowl.
Listen, I'm with Bills fans on this. You have to at some point be able to go and advance into the deep stages of the postseason, and you have to pay off on the Josh Allen bet and everything that's associated with it, and he's too talented not to have performed. But then there is the other side of the coin too, and that's where Sal, I feel like, lives.
Like it's not you're not trading Josh Allen if they don't win the Super Bowl. But there's going to be a big question of what else can you do if you don't win the Super Bowl this year with no Joe Burrow, no potentially no Lamar, and certainly no Pat Mahomes. Like,
would you fire McDermott? I'd fire McDermott.
Yeah, he's a head coach. And honestly, I think
would
Sean's
you fire Bean?
No, probably not. I'd give Brandon a second chance on this. Again, I think it's easier to find good head coaches or maybe even upgrade on a great head coach than it is to find a good GM.
I mean, if he does get fired, it's that rant he did on WGR before the season, though. That might have done him in.
I don't know. Now, in fairness to McDermott...
Because it highlighted the idea that they haven't given him any wide receivers really since Stephon Diggs. And it just put an emphasis... And you could tell it touched a nerve. You don't speak that way unless it doesn't.
In fairness...
Yeah.
In fairness.
If you could be fair for a second.
I would like to be fair for at least 1 to 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. Brian Daboll is a miserable idea to replace Sean McDermott.
They love him. They think that Daboll made Josh Allen who Josh Allen is.
Yeah, they need to go back and watch what happened with the Bills or with the Giants.
It's what they think. It's going to be hard to erase that from their brain.
Now, if they had a Zach Taylor, that would change the game, right?
I think that's how they view Stfansky. I think they view him the same way. Whatever you think of Zach Taylor is how they view Kevin Stfansky.
The Cavs have dropped 7 of their last 10 games after last night's loss to the Bulls. Joe Varden of The Athletic was on the Ken Carman Show today and explained why Kenny Atkinson is on the hot seat.
I think the short answer is yes, but you have to remember that the hiring was a little off. We have to remember that the front office largely had presented James Borrego as choice 1, and Dan basically pushed the decision towards Kenny. I think that not everybody's on the same page right now, and losing has a lot to do with that. Considering how expensive the roster is and what it looks like right now, I mean, yeah, I think there are some hard questions.
I mean, Atkinson is... I told you a week ago, I thought his shtick, his act, whatever it just was wearing a little thin on me, and you can tell that it is kind of wearing thin on other people at this point, too.
I don't know. I'm a little worried we're about to scapegoat him. I'm worried we're about to have a Brooklyn Nets situation here. Something stinks, I tell you. Something stinks.
I mean, he's gotten worse, and it doesn't help, though, that J.B. Bickerstaff is doing as well as he is in Detroit.
Nick Shook, NFL Network, NFL.com, and Cleveland's own. We'll talk the Browns, Shadore, Stfansky, and more. I did not mean to rhyme there. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tonight's Coaches Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The college football playoff is set, and the Buckeyes are on the path to repeat as national champions. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up in 1 hour's time, we'll get his picks for the week. See if he wants to go anti-American again. Not on my watch, I say.
It was a bold play by Cash.
Hey, Army, Navy, not a real thing. That was Cash, not me. You never catch me saying that.
No.
It's actually a great game. I don't think you should be able to comment on Army, Navy. That's not great.
What, unless you watched it or unless you've been to it?
No, I think I shouldn't say. I don't want to be the person that's like, you shouldn't talk about it. Because we talk about a lot of stuff you probably shouldn't talk about. I don't think.
You're going to pull a Joe Klatt here, aren't you?
I don't think you can really understand the Army-Navy game unless you have gone. Or unless you were in Army or Navy. That you kind of get a pass there, the old Peterlin pass.
And fun enough because
the Peterlin pass.
Because for years they've sent every radio station in the world to that game. Basically 80% of the media has gone to that game.
Not this station. Wouldn't do it.
No, I don't know why. I'm sure we've been asked because everyone gets asked. I don't know why we wouldn't do it, but everyone gets asked.
It's fun. I think we should do it. That's just me.
You want to go, me and you?
Yeah, that'd be fun, right?
Yeah, why not?
Especially if it's back in Philly again.
I remember they used to
give in Philly, bunch of cheesesteaks, a little bit of booze.
Well, they used to give out really good swag
people.
bags. And when I was at Yahoo, everyone got invited. I never got invited. Everyone else got invited though. They'd come back with like really cool swag bags always.
I still actually have.
Did you get like the full-on helmet?
Oh yeah, I have that in my office.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah, that's cool.
I'm an American.
That's right.
I like Cash Lovett. He's an American, but he's out of pocket. But right now, we got to talk about Shadore Sanders, Kevin Stfansky, the path forward, Bill Belichick. Having 24-year-old girlfriends. It would be more appropriate if our next guest had a 24-year-old girlfriend than Bill Belichick.
You mean he doesn't?
He's a young man.
He's not
living that life. NFL Network, NFL.com, the NFL Daily Podcast. He's Cleveland's own Nick Shook. He joins us now on the Fan Hotline. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. I can confirm I do not have a 24-year-old girlfriend, but thanks for thinking of me.
I mean, you're right in that age range, though, right? Like, it's still acceptable. I'm 40. That would be weird if I did it, and I'm married. She would frown upon that.
Nick, why did I think you were older than 40?
I'm 33.
Yeah, you're 33?
I was 23.
Oh, my gosh. In my head, I thought you were like 43.
Nope. Just been bald since 23, so, I understand the confusion.
Well, so the rule's always you cut your age in half and then you add 7, and that's usually if it's acceptable or not. So you're like right on the line for a 24-year-old.
Hey, I mean, you know what? If you guys approve, I'm fine with it.
How about Jordan Hudson? All right, let's start with that. That was the rumor of the day. Josina Anderson says there are still people in upper-level management in Cleveland that think highly of Bill Belichick. There's going to be some NFL interest in Bill Belichick if the Browns moved on from Kevin Stfansky. Are you in on the return of Bill Belichick to Cleveland?
No, absolutely not. And has nothing to do with the fact that the first year at North Carolina was a disaster. It's more about the fact that he's 73 years old. I think he has a style that probably doesn't mesh with, today's player necessarily. It worked in New England for so long because you couldn't argue with results, but we saw what kind of happened in the last few years there after Tom Brady left for Tampa Bay. And honestly, if you want a parallel or a comparison, you can look at the Raiders. And I don't think you want to be the Raiders going after Pete Carroll, hoping that you can, rekindle some of the magic that Pete had when he was with the Seahawks with a roster that still needs, building. The Browns are in a better place roster-wise than the Raiders are, but I just think that turning back to, it's not even a retry, it's just turning back to a legend who, maybe the game has passed him by. I can't necessarily say that for certain, but at 73 years old, I just don't think that the Browns would want to hire a coach who's 73 if you're trying to find a guy, establishing long-term success here. So, especially if you're going to fire Kevin Stefanski, who's much younger than him, and replace him with that, it just feels like a bit of a reach for a franchise that obviously would like a Super Bowl winning head coach on its staff, but feels a little bit too like when they hired Mike Holmgren to be their football czar, and we know how that turned out. I'm just not in favor of that. I think they need to go more towards, somebody who fits what they're trying to do philosophically, not chasing past glory.
Well, so in your mind, is it a foregone conclusion that Stfansky is fired at the end of the season?
No, it is not, although I think it's much closer to that being a reality than I thought it would have been even a few weeks ago, just because the product in the field looks bad. We know that they've dealt with a lot of injuries in the offensive line. They've lost guys on the defensive side. But it wasn't until that game in Chicago where I thought, he may be, getting ready to receive his pink slip and walking out the door, because they just don't look like an organized, competent operation. I can't tell you how many times I have seen this team, and you guys have obviously seen it too, but in comparison to the rest of the league, get flagged for illegal formation penalties. And it's been a consistent thing with Stfansky teams over the last few years, especially over the last 2 seasons. And that's just a sign of a team that's not on top of its P's and Q's, which reflects, directly on the coach. So if they were looking for a reason to get rid of him and change things, it would be 2 straight seasons with less than 5 wins, which is where the Browns are headed. And even if I thought that he may be the right guy for them, and he's won Coach of the Year twice, he's led them to the playoffs twice, they've won a playoff game with him, that's more than any other coach has achieved with the Browns since they've been back in '99. All things kind of come to an end at some point, and it just seems like, based on their performance and lack of general direction, this might be the time for that.
All right. I'm asking you this because you're plugged in on the national level. Although I know you're kind of a little bit of both because you do watch this team so much. But there's so many people who, even if they acknowledge Kevin might not be here next year, they always have to throw in the line. I still think he's a good coach, 2-time Coach of the Year. Why are back-to-back 3-win seasons not enough to change the narrative on Kevin Stfansky around the NFL?
It is the quarterback position and the Browns' lack of solution at quarterback. And when you watch this team, I mean, you guys know, the story of the Browns in 2025 is very good defense, very bad offense with no direction at quarterback. Promising rookies, but no direction at quarterback. So I think it serves as a bit of an excuse, or, a way to kind of excuse Stefanski's struggles with them over the last 2 years, is just because he hasn't had a quarterback. You can all point back to the Deshaun Watson trade as the reason for their downfall. I mean, even when they made the playoffs in 2023, they did it with 5 different starting quarterbacks. They got magic out of the stone that was Joe Flacco. And that was all fine and dandy, but it's not a long-term solution. So if you look at any team without a quarterback, they're not headed anywhere in the NFL. I mean, go look at the Cardinals right now. Like, Kyler Murray didn't work out for them. Jacoby Brissett, probably what I would consider to be a good or plus backup, doing his best, but throwing the ball 40, 50 times a game because they have no running game. And folks look at them and say, well, we know they're going to lose most of their games because, again, quarterback is not solved for them, and he's fighting an uphill battle with no running backs to speak of. So, yeah, I understand the desire to put somebody's feet to the fire and blame somebody. And Stefanski, he is responsible in this as well. But the Browns have a built-in excuse with the fact that they swung and missed so hard on the Deshaun Watson deal that it set back this entire franchise by multiple years and may cost a coach's job.
And I get all that, Nick, but operationally, it feels very Freddie Kitchens-esque right now. Like, between the wristbands, between the penalties, between all this nonsense, it's fallen off in a very sharp way this year in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. The wristband thing was hilarious to me. It's like, what, are you just throwing stuff at the wall here? Like, why are you changing a wristband on a rookie quarterback in week 15? This doesn't make any sense. But it obviously shows in the field every Sunday. So I would agree. I think that the operational issues have always been my biggest gripe with him. I think in previous seasons, my biggest issue with Kevin Stefanski was that he got too cute as a play caller at times, and it held them back. But that's never even been part of the equation this year because their ceiling has just been so low offensively. And that's another thing, too. Offensive-minded coach who can't get anything out of his offense in most weeks. Like, they walk into a game, and you basically expect them to score no more than 17 points. And if they do, it's an achievement, or they were facing the Raiders. That's basically what we come to see from this team this year. So, yeah, it has descended to those levels. I think you can blame some of that on talent, on the revolving door at quarterback, on the lack of, protection provided by your offensive tackles. But again, Kevin Stefanski can't escape that criticism, which is why I'm leaning much more toward him potentially losing his job at the end of the season than I was before. Because the Watson thing kind of set up as an excuse that you could use to say, well, look, maybe it was an ownership decision. It's kind of been telegraphed that it was more of an ownership decision than the front office or the coaching staff or, the personnel department in general. And you could look at that and say, all right, well, we swung and missed, as Jimmy Haslam said. we're not going to blame Andrew Berry and Kevin Stfansky for our big swing and a miss as an organization. We're going to give them more time to fix it because Berry is coming off of a good draft. But when you watch the product get worse and worse as the season progresses into its final month, it becomes harder to lean on that as the sole excuse for retaining this regime.
Nick and Nick Shook, NFL Network, NFL.com, the NFL Daily Podcast, and the Fan Hotline here with us. Cleveland's own, I like to mention repeatedly. I don't know how you feel about the first 4 starts of Shadore's career. We're a little bit more pro Shadore in terms of what we've seen. I think other people are maybe a little bit more critical of what they've seen, but we got 3 games to go. Where are you with Shadore, and what do you need to see over the next 3 games?
If I had to place you guys on the scale of anti-Shadore versus pro-Shadore, you're more center than some other people in this town. But yes, you do lean a little bit more pro-Shadore because Browns fans want a quarterback. They want one of these quarterbacks to work out, and I understand. But when I look at his product so far, what I see is glimpses of, success. I thought the 2 deep shots to Isaiah Bond were very exciting in that game against Chicago. I also thought the one that he missed him by like 8 to 10 yards was more indicative of the fact that that Shadore is still a rookie and hesitates to make decisions. My pros with him are that he will make some good plays. He is obviously better than Dylan Gabriel, but my cons with him are why they kind of point to why Stfansky turned to Gabriel first before Shadore, which is that he holds on to the ball too long. He does hesitate at times. There's the whole ball padding thing, which kind of served as an indicator when he threw an interception, I believe, against the Niners, if not a different game, where it's like, all right, you got to break yourself of that habit. It's just been a collection of a few good throws a game, a few good plays a game, a couple of scrambles, making plays here and there in what you would consider to be semi-key spots, and then a lot of forgettable stuff, a lot of lulls in this offense where they just do nothing for long stretches in games where, it's leaning too much on Harold Fannin, which results in an interception. I believe that was against Tennessee, or maybe that was the Bears game. They all kind of meld together at this point. It's just like I said when I saw him coming out of Colorado. Why are you so low on Shadore? Because he doesn't do anything really special. Not one category of his attributes is special. The arm strength better than Dylan Gabriel, but still pretty average. Accuracy comes and goes at times. He's sailed some passes. Decision-making, getting through the progression on time, a little bit behind most of the time. Every once in a while, he makes a pass like he does to Jerry Jeudy on time through his progression. Second read on the progression, it leads for a touchdown. Those are the exciting things. Those are the ones that inspire hope, but it's just not consistent enough. It's not unlike a lot of performances that you'll see from a rookie quarterback. But somebody comes up to me and goes, "Why is Cam Ward better than Shadore Sanders?" And I'm like, I have a full season worth of tape to show that while Cam Ward is playing behind a patchwork offensive line, even if it's most of their starters, quality-wise, it seems more patchwork, and he's playing in a low-ceiling offense with a bunch of rookie receivers, you can see the special qualities in him that can make him into a franchise quarterback, and you just don't see that in Shadore, which is, again, why he was a fifth-round pick, but I would love for it to work out for them, because I would love for the Browns to no longer be in the quarterback market. If anybody, is extremely tired of hearing about, the Browns are in the market for a quarterback again. I just don't think that their answer is on the roster, no matter what success the Shadore has enjoyed at times.
All right, give us your 2-year plan then. Go big picture here. How do we get out of this in 2 seasons? What does it look like?
This is why it's so difficult to predict what they're going to do with Stfansky and Berry, because unless you're enthralled by the Heisman Trophy winner, which I'm personally not, I don't think that any quarterback in this class is really a slam dunk that will motivate you to spend your first of 2 first-round picks on a quarterback, no matter the fact that you have a desperate need for an answer at quarterback. I think it may be a bit of overvaluing the position and potentially swinging and missing. And it's especially because you're going to put him in a situation where I would expect Joel Bitonio to retire after this year. He had to think long and hard about even returning. Most of your offensive line is looking at changes, or it cannot be counted on to protect the quarterback. And even if you have, some promising young running backs in Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson, I think that this is not an ideal offense to place a rookie quarterback in and expect him to play. And if I know anything about Cleveland, it's that they're going to want to see that rookie quarterback out there quickly. So the 2-year plan for me is find a bridge, find a veteran. I mean, Kirk Cousins has had a really good stretch of the last couple of games. He has familiarity with Kevin Stfansky. I actually thought the Browns would kick the tires on him this past offseason. And I would expect them to pick up the phone, especially if Stfansky is still the coach of this team this offseason. Go get yourself a bridge quarterback, a veteran who could play well, although the offensive line kind of concerns me with Cousins as well, and give yourself a bit of temporary stability so that you don't have to spend one of those first-round picks on a quarterback. You can wait for a better class the next year and spend those 2 first-round picks on positions of need. Offensive line. You can go in a number of different directions with this team. Receiver. Barry's not good at drafting receivers, but it's clear you need a number 1 receiver, or at least pursue one. Build around the quarterback position. Try to upgrade this offense around the quarterback position instead of spending one of those top picks. Find a temporary stopgap that'll keep you at least semi-competitive, and then go for the quarterback in the next year. And all of this can, of course, be blown up if they make changes at coach and general manager, and I think they're closer to that than ever. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they said, hey, we believe in them. We know that we still have, a ways to go with building this team. The Rams did something similar. They win the Super Bowl. The next year they have, major struggles because Stafford gets hurt. They realize they went all in on the Super Bowl and they have to trim payroll and kind of fluidly rebuild. And it worked out in their favor. The main difference is that they had their quarterback in Stafford who came back healthy, but they were able to kind of sell their fan base on, hey, look, we're not going to be that good this year. We just kind of have to tell you that right now, but it's more about the long term. The Eagles did it less blatantly. They had a fluid rebuild too after the Carson Wentz thing didn't work out. The Browns can do that. It's just that I understand the patience runs very thin in this town, and this is an organization that has often been influenced way too heavily by the fan base. So you're going to have to really commit to such a plan if it's going to work out, and that starts with figuring out whether you're keeping your coach and general manager or not.
Kirk Cousins is booty cheeks, and you damn know it. Nick,
he just threw for like 370 against the Buccaneers on Thursday night. I know it's against the Todd Bowles defense that brings out the best in Kirk, but I will defend him even if he's nowhere near.
QBR.
Shadore just threw for 360 last week, and I didn't hear much of a defense from you out of there, Nick.
Yeah.
Well,
didn't hear you pat his ball.
Results there.
Didn't hear you there.
Oh, okay, all right, Pat. I like that ball, Pat. That's good. That's a good joke right there.
You got 3 games to convert you there, buddy.
I'm not converted. I would love to be converted, but I think it's going to take a lot to convert me.
Oh, well, get ready to be converted. Nick,
okay.
Be good, buddy.
Goodbye, Nick.
Love
Appreciate you.
you guys. See you later.
Just 2 Nicks going at it.
That's it. That's all
That's
that
what
is.
happens sometimes.
That's all that is.
Nick Shook of the NFL Network, NFL.com, who will be converted. NFL Daily Podcast of the Fan Hotline will react to what he had to say about... I don't want to react to his Browns playing. Kirk Cousins sucks. And by the way, the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat, they knows it, Nick. They knows it. But we'll react in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. Classic Chevy, believing in treating you with integrity and transparency. No gimmicks, just great prices, and of course a hassle-free experience. See Jeremy Hamilton and his award-winning team for the vehicle you've been dreaming of, like a lease on that 2026 Chevy Equinox front-wheel drive LT, $269 per month for 36 months. Visit my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor, or go online.
on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
No, it is not, although I think it's much closer to that being a reality than I thought it would have been even a few weeks ago, just because the product in the field looks bad. We know that they've dealt with a lot of injuries in the offensive line. They've lost guys on the defensive side. It wasn't until that game in Chicago where I thought, oh, he may be getting ready to receive his pink slip and walking out the door, because they just don't look like an organized, competent operation. If they were looking for a reason to get rid of him and change things, it would be 2 straight seasons with less than 5 wins, which is where the Browns are headed. And even if I thought that he may be the right guy for them, and he's won Coach of the Year twice, he's led into the playoffs twice, they've won a playoff game with him, that's more than any other coach has achieved with the Browns since they've been back in '99. All things kind of come to an end at some point, and it just seems like, based on their performance and lack of general direction, this might be the time for that.
It's pretty wild that Kevin Stfansky has had back-to-back 3-win seasons, and it's not a foregone conclusion that he's gone. Especially this late, like 6 years in. Like, just, again, like, I think Nick is reacting to all, like, I think Nick is saying what he believes. And I think everybody that we've had on all parts of this thing, they feel being truthful with what they believe. It's just wild. I cannot think of any other scenario that has played out like this. Is it just the Coach of the Year awards?
It does help him for sure. But I also think people looked at him as a competent human, and so there's a couple things that are happening. People think that he's competent. People also give him way too much credit. Like, it's funny, Nick in the middle of one of his answers even stopped himself to be like, "Wait, he is an offensive-minded coach that can't do anything with the offense, and they don't score more than 17 points." He said the Raiders. I know he meant the Titans. It was what it was, but like. Yeah, as an offensive coach, you should be able to score more than what they're able to score. But for some reason, that part hasn't connected with people's brains that do this on a national level. It just hasn't, and I don't know why.
If Jimmy Haslam hasn't made up his mind, okay, he works with Kevin. That's his guy. Right?
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thought process. I wonder if people are thinking if this is if it's been a soft tank the entire time and they just haven't put it out there as such, then maybe there's still left. There's more left on this soft tank to pull off.
Yeah, but I think what's interesting is head coaches outperform a tank, even a soft tank, consistently. Like this team does have, like Vegas got it right. This team, talent-wise, was about 5 to 6 win team, right? And the reason why I say that is I thought they were a 3-win team because they were coming off a 3-win season. They didn't have a clear plan at quarterback, and it's real when you get to where they were losing. Unless you have a switch flipped at quarterback, it's really hard to get out of that quicksand of losing.
Sure, yeah.
But this team should have won closer to 5 or 6 games. And the fact that they didn't is at the feet of Kevin Stfansky.
I know, but there's another segment of, I would assume, national media that looks at Hugh Jackson getting paid bonuses for losing and wonders if the same thing is happening here.
But isn't that a cop-out?
Of course it's a cop-out.
Like,
the whole Stefanski conversation is a cop-out.
We agree then. All right.
That's the idea. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what they think and why they feel and why it's so drastically different than how you and I think and feel on this one. I'm always fascinated when the people that are in the bubble think differently than the people outside of the bubble. Where the information gap exists, where does it lie? What benefit of the doubt is Stefanski being given? And ultimately, Nick, that answer tends to be, and I think it's going to do it again here this offseason, well, you can't do anything with Haslam as the owner, and also we don't know what the true intentions are of this team at this point. And so it becomes a cop-out. But people would rather give Stefanski a cop-out than go ahead and just, I don't know, place blame elsewhere.
Well, with all this being said, I'm glad that we found something in the pantheon of ideas for Browns coaching jobs that infuriates me more than Kevin Stefanski getting a 7th year. It's Bill Belichick. Think about it. 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Considering I've now fired Kevin 3 times.
Yeah.
Do you think Would you have thought there's any coaching idea realistically that you could throw out there where I'd be like,
or you'd be more incensed?
Where I'd be like, no, don't do that. Keep Kevin.
I might have thrown out Belichick, honestly. Like if you were making me do the exercise of like who's going to make Nick mad, who's going to make him angry, I think Belichick would have been option one. Now I'm trying to think of who the other options would be. I don't think Mike McCarthy would make you as mad as it would have maybe 6 months ago.
No, I don't think
there
so.
was a time Mike McCarthy would have made you mad. Yeah. I don't think he makes you as mad anymore.
No, I think he's a goober, but that's fine. I still think he wins games.
I mean, realistic options. Like if I told you Lombardi was the head coach, you'd probably get pretty pissed about that whole concept.
Lombardi?
No, Michael. You know.
Oh, I was like, I don't think you can resurrect him.
I think he's dead. I think he's long gone.
About 50 years now. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Been a long time. But like I don't know that there's anybody that would have angered you more.
I think you're right. 216-474-0092. What's a worse idea for the Browns head coaching position in 2026? The 7th year for Kevin Stfansky, or bringing in a 74-year-old, I'm giving him a year, 74-year-old, 24-year-old girlfriend having college football failing head coach, nothing without Tom Brady, Bill Belichick.
Were you doing like a Ric Flair thing right there?
It was riffing. I was trying to see where we could go with it. The Cavs' new fall guy is here. We'll get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about the roof of your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this winter, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot and leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. And this is one of the reasons I recommend Victor's Home Solutions to my listeners, because their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, which is why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money savings discounts.
93 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case we missed it, coming up in 40 minutes, Cash Lovett.
Hate it.
Coming up at 6:30. See what he has to say about America these days. We'll also get his picks for the week, but we obviously talked about the Cavs, and I'm at a point where it's like, all right, it's like the things. Here's the problem. It's not that everything hasn't been fixed. I think the big problem with the Cavs is that nothing's been fixed.
No, not only that, we're creating more problems.
Yeah. Because, again, the most fixable thing to me for the Cavs is show up every night and play like you mean it, right?
Yeah.
And so if you do that, I think some of the other problems will go to the wayside. It's not going to be perfect, but you could at least beat the Bulls. And so it does make me wonder, is there a 7-year itch there? Is this a little stall that happens with good teams or great teams or maybe just good teams? Is there some sort of fracture there? Well, Joe Vardon was on the Ken Carman show today, and he was asked about whether or not Kenny Atkinson's on the hot seat.
I think the short answer is yes, but you have to remember that the hiring was a little off. We have to remember that the front office largely had presented James Borrego as choice one, and Dan basically pushed the decision towards Kenny. I think that not everybody's on the same page right now, and losing has a lot to do with that. Considering how expensive the roster is and what it looks like right now, I mean, yeah, I think there are some hard questions.
Well, it's tough for me to say this because I also wanted Borrego over Kenny Atkinson, but
yeah, that's your guy.
Here's what I struggle with.
Okay.
On one hand, I think it's fair to say, if you think that Kenny Atkinson has lost the locker room, why did he get fired in Brooklyn? He lost the locker room. More specifically, he lost the vets.
Well, and so it's tough because in that same mind frame, we're like, yeah, why did he get fired? Well, he got fired because Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were like, we're done with you.
Yes.
And it was as simple as that. And so the answer back that most people would say is, well, can we really trust what Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving had to say on this? That was Brooklyn, Kyrie Irving. He might always be out to lunch, but like Brooklyn, Kyrie Irving was especially out to lunch. And then Kevin Durant, who at the time seemed like he hated life and was miserable, but like maybe they had a point.
Well, and listen, I think a knock around the NBA is he can wear his, I don't want to say his act because he's a grown-ass man, but his act can wear thin with the superstar caliber players.
I mean, it's wearing thin on me, and I'm just watching these games, and I'm watching these press conferences, and I'm like, he's just intense all the damn time.
I do, so I'm
calm
offering
down
this up
for a second.
I'm offering this context up, okay? I also think it's hogwash. Not the fact that it might be happening, but the idea, honestly, if they were to fire Kenny Atkinson, to me it's just fall guyism. To me it's Kobe Altman saying, "You know what? I didn't really want Kenny Atkinson. Dan kind of won out, and now I have some evidence to leverage Dan into letting me get my guy."
Well, so would they fire him with the idea that they're going to blow it up and try a different approach with the roster, or are they going to fire him with the idea that a new head coach will come in and save the day? Because if they fire him with the idea that a new head coach will come in and save the day, and you run back the same roster, I think we all know where that's going. That's not going to go well.
But you know that's exactly what he's going to do.
First off, I don't know that because I feel like
he has done everything he could to not touch this roster.
Well, but he's done that. Kobe Altman's done that. But clearly, Dan is the one that has the say in all of this. And so, I don't know that he'd end up being the fall guy if Dan went to bat so hard that this was going to be the guy to begin with anyway.
I think so here's the truth. I don't know. All right, I don't know how much Dan's truly involved. Remember, when Dan was involved before he had his health issues, there was a lot of Dan would be super involved and then check out for a long period of time only to kind of hover back in. So I think to know this truthfully, you'd have to know how involved Dan is on any given moment at any given time.
Dan also gave up on Beeline awfully quick. He wanted Beeline, and then Beeline, it didn't work, and he was able to be like, I guess this sucked, and move off of that really quick.
But you and I are in agreement on the roster side of this. which is to me, if you fire Kenny Atkinson or if you put him on the hot seat, however you want to say it, and you don't touch the core four. To me, it's Kobe Altman playing parliamentary politics in a way that I don't think gets you any closer to winning or any sort of resolution. And I almost think it makes it really hard to find the right candidate.
It's beyond stubborn at that point.
I think it's just. I don't even. Is it stubborn?
You're forcing what you created onto another head coach, and to think that something magical can happen. And at this point, between the two bigs and the two smaller guards, it's not going to happen.
I mean, I honestly, I really think we need to start talking about breaking up the core four. And I think it's really time to have that conversation, and I think it needs to be fast-tracked. They know better than I do. They know better than, anybody who's not in those practices. This team is not playing like a team that wants to be together. DeAndre Hunter's completely disappeared. He has been lost. Donovan, on any given night, is giving way too much effort. I mean, meaning like having to put forth way too much effort to try and lose by 10 points to meaningless opponents like the Bulls or like the Hornets or whatever. Evan was not fully where he needed to be when he got hurt. Jarrett clearly did not respond well to not playing in the fourth quarter early in the season. Mm-hmm. And Darius, I don't know if it's the toe injury and coming off it. I don't know if Darius, if there's something between, but they are not playing like a team that wants to be together. That cannot be all the head coach. These guys aren't kids anymore. They're not. These are veterans. Even the young guys, even Evan and Darius, they're not. And this is where the rubber should meet the road. And this is where real management, real leadership needs to happen. Because I don't know if the best path forward is a step back for 2 steps forward in the future. I don't know if it's screw the future, bleep them picks, let's try and win a championship. I don't know where it is right now because it's tough to see the forest from the trees. Well, I just know this ain't it, and it's not just about injuries.
Well, and we don't know what's fixable and what isn't. And it's like I'm sure Atkinson, he loves numbers. I'm sure he's breaking it down. I'm sure he'd look at it as simply as we had a lot more 3-pointers last year than what we're hitting right now. Our percentages are in the toilet when it comes to that, and we don't have the same bench production either. That's why Hunter started off the bench last night. That's a wrong way to put that. That's why he came off the bench last night, because they're trying to infuse some part of that second lineup, that second rotation, and it's just all going to hell is the point. I haven't given up on this team, but I don't know anybody that looks at this team as like a walk-in Eastern Conference title team the way that we did a few months ago.
Yeah, I will say, I think if you're Kenny Atkinson, you got to start looking over your shoulder at Johnny Bryant. There's no way there's just no way Donovan wouldn't sign off on that. And again, I don't know what the politics of this are. I understand why people think maybe Kenny's lost this thing. That I honestly, I understand that he might have lost 1 or 2 guys because he is a different kind of manager.
Yeah.
At the same point, if you can't handle coaching, if you're too soft I think that's the problem. I don't know it was entirely fair to talk about how tough they were, the toughness thing, when they played hard every night. If you're not physically tough, if you don't play a tough brand of basketball and you don't play hard, I don't know what you do. I really don't. You need one of those 2 things.
Right. Well, they don't really have an identity right now.
Well, but you should. And that's not on Kenny Atkinson.
This is not year 1 of this whole thing. Like, they should have an identity. They don't really have an identity right now.
And I'm uncomfortable to some level with this because I don't think Kobe Altman is a bad GM. Far from it. I think he's proven by building this team that this is a guy who can build teams. He can evaluate talent and we can bring them in. I don't know if he knows how to construct a roster, but I don't think Kobe's a problem unless he's looking at Kenny Atkinson and saying, well, if I throw you overboard right now, I can buy another year for this roster. I think that's back-asswards thinking. And there's a part of me that almost refuses to think that Kobe's that stubborn.
I know, whatever. But I don't know why he'd feel the need to go to bat for Atkinson at this point either, though. I just don't. Like, you've gone backwards this year. You've gone in the worst direction. I don't know. And it's funny, in the offseason, everyone's like, oh, losing Jordan Ott, that's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a major deal. And maybe we just didn't pay enough attention to that. Maybe he is one of those guys that just had everyone together. There's a reason why he got the Suns head coaching job. I don't know, but Atkinson right now clearly is missing out on a lot.
Joe Varden said that he does think Kenny Atkinson's seat is warm at the moment. Should it be? Let's go with Ron and Willoughby. Ron, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing pretty well, buddy. What you got for us?
Well, this is my issue, and I think this is what, in regards to the Cavaliers, nobody has talked about. The fact is though, I blame it on Donovan Mitchell and on Darius Garland. The reason why is because they have an all-star mindset instead of a championship mindset. You have two ball-dominated guards, and the fact is though, they can get their shot at any time. My whole thing is that you have to get the big men involved, meaning Mobley and Allen, because everybody keeps trying to say to trade Allen. You don't trade Allen. What you do is you get those guys involved early so the defense can go, so the defense that they're playing against can, they can work on the defensive side in regards to guarding those guys, getting those guys their point totals up. And the fact is, so you get your point totals down, meaning the two guards, and that way you have a team-minded set to where you're playing championship ball instead of all-star team ball, if that makes sense what I'm saying. So I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Ron, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. By the way,
it's a very real moment, by the way, because we all do it constantly. You're
we do it on this show. We're pretty honest about it.
But I don't really know if that made sense.
I don't know. This is where it gets really tough. Are Darius and Donovan thinking all-star basketball? Or is this just kind of their style of play and this roster doesn't fit together? I really do struggle. I think we've been... I don't think it's a coincidence that no matter where they've had their failures and where they've had their success, all roads lead back to this roster doesn't fit well together.
It's the same thing we've been arguing about for years. I mean, the conversation hasn't shifted. It's just whether or not people want to pay attention to it. We've been arguing for years about the idea that two bigs and two small guards can't possibly work. And then we've also been arguing about the idea that they have no jerks on this team.
Well, and I think back to Evan in the Indiana series, where Evan started kind of taking over in the second half of, I can't remember which game it was, but Evan got them back into a game. And then as soon as they were back into a game, it was Donovan and Darius jacking up a lot of ill-advised...
First half of Game 5.
There was a lot of ill-advised threes, and that curtailed that series pretty
Evan
quickly.
Dominated that first half, and he was he had all sorts of different opportunities and looks, and then in the second half of the game, Donovan and Darius decided that it was their turn, and
it's
that was
it. Do I wonder if Evan has that dog in him? Yes, I think it's fair 5 years in to wonder that. I also think that's got to be encouraged. And at no point has this ever been his team. His first year here was Darius's team. Then it became Darius and Donovan's team, mostly Donovan's team. He's been the Alfred, to quote, paraphrase Fedor, his whole career. There's got to be, you got to lay out for him to be able to do that. And I think Donovan wants to. I think Darius wants to. I don't think they know how to. And I think that plus the age timelines confuses us even more.
They're in a bad spot. There's no denying it. I don't think it's beyond redeemable either, though. I do think, again, I mean, we're panicking because it's December. We got a lot of time left in the season, but it just feels like we're having more issues than we're having problems.
216-474-0092. What is it with Coach of the Year in this town? Is Kenny Atkinson on the hot seat?
Stephen Vogt is more than fine.
For now. Don, BP, and Thomas, you guys stick there. We'll continue talking about what the Cavs are missing in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
There's consistency, and the worst part is that it's there in spurts. I'd rather it not be there at all, to be honest, and I think that's what's tough. Been down in the fourth, then we decided to flip the switch. So I think it's the level of consistency. I think it's the biggest thing.
Donovan Mitchell was asked what are the Cavs lacking more than anything, said consistency, which is not wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
I just wish it was like we could use like a known felon in the locker room. You know, I wish it was like something
just a couple misdemeanors even.
Yeah, we need somebody. We don't need Galuli, but we need like somebody that Galuli was in prison with that had lesser charges on his docket.
I would even take one of those fake NBA tough guys.
All right, define them for me. You think Draymond?
Like one of those that's like, you know, obviously they've had a better life than maybe a lot of people realize.
His name's John Morant.
And yeah, you know,
you're describing John Morant.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they exist all throughout the NBA. You know, like they've done fine in life, everything is good. But then when they get to the NBA, they have this presentation of big tough guy, and they're just not.
Isaiah Stewart.
Beef Stew's been through some things.
Bobby Portis.
I'm thinking more like Pat Bev.
Okay, that's fair. That's good. Yeah, but he's a tiny little guy. Ooh, that's not great because he's an average-sized human being normally, but in the NBA he's tiny. Yeah, but he's a guard. Nobody thinks that guy's tough. Nobody thinks guards are tough.
He really gotten on people's nerves, though, in a big-time way, consistently. But like fake tough NBA guy.
Yeah, but we need one of those.
But I'm saying, I prefer your type of guy, where like we got some misdemeanors, we got some felons, we got some real hard asses on it. But I don't know that we're gonna get one of those.
What about James Johnson?
I would settle for fake NBA tough guy.
What about James Johnson? He knows kung fu.
Yeah, all right. Is he going to use the kung fu, or is he just going to have that as something he can do?
I think he's tried to use it on an NBA court, and everybody was like, please don't. You'll kill everyone.
It gets really weird if you try to do any of that stuff. I took Taekwondo for a couple years as a child. What's that reaction for?
No,
that's just a thing that I did. I was a red belt, which is one below black belt, and then I ended up quitting.
How old were you?
11 years old.
That's when you quit?
Age 11. Well, I quit when I was probably maybe 12 when I quit. I think it was like 10, 11, 12. Maybe it ended up being 3 years. I ended up doing it. It was good exercise, good cardio, good the whole everything. Yeah, I don't know.
Can I see your stance?
No, I don't remember any of it. I did break a few boards back in my day, though. I'll tell you that much. We did break a few boards.
Problem
is when you learn. When you learn Taekwondo, you take any of that stuff, then you just start trying to do it on everyone and everything, and it doesn't have a place in society.
I wanted to.
It's too structured.
So
I'm really surprised you there. That you didn't see that coming at all, did you?
Because I'm just trying to imagine you in the whole kit and the whole
kit. Yeah, like people that take Taekwondo really love being called a kit.
The whole get up. And you're like, this is my yellow belt.
I made it to red belt. Thank you very much.
Sure you did. I'm sure that's what they told you.
You think they lied to me?
They want to hurt your feelings.
What?
I could see them being like, he's a really good kid.
Yeah, he's very nice. This isn't real. This isn't
for Taekwondo or Do. So
is that it?
Yeah, he couldn't get any of the three.
Okay.
So Wadsworth had a great karate space downtown, which I think is now like a bar.
That's what happens at those places
generally. And so they were like free. They're like free lessons, and so Mom's like, "We'll take you, and if you like it," but they made you like bow. I was fine with that.
Yeah,
and then say something in Japanese, and I just couldn't get it. I just couldn't get that saying. The punching, the kicking, all that, I was stellar at. Had a lot of rage in me.
Yeah, I'm sure there's
But then I was humiliated. Every time I couldn't say it, they'd be like, we're going to make Fat Boy run around the gym. And I'd be like, all right.
There's some karate coach out there that's like, and he turned into using his voice for a living?
What a loser.
He couldn't speak it at all. What happened here?
Just can't speak Japanese.
By the way, a shockingly large number of what I imagine you were as a child, on the portly side, in the Taekwondo type classes because it's a good way for cardio.
You aced neither Thai, Quan,
that was
or
your
dough.
that was your mom's way of being like, you know what? We're going to get you to be a little bit skinnier, and this is how we're going to do it. You didn't take to it.
No, you should have seen what she fed me. She fed me what you feed horses.
Obviously,
she wasn't that committed to me losing weight.
She had to try in some capacity. Okay, that was her effort. That was her attempt. Yeah,
I was the youngest child, and I was born 8 years after the oldest child. I think we pretty much gave up when I came along. Real quick, BP and Pepper Pike, what you got for us, friend?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, BP.
Battling about our childhood karate experiences, so that's where we are. What you got?
You know, you were talking about the Cavs earlier in the previous segment. I am just so disappointed in this team. I mean, you know, we've been through the horrible Browns season, and I thought maybe we had like a ray of light with the Cavs. They were supposed to be the second best team in the NBA, you know, before the season started. Now they're 15-13. They're complete garbage. I mean, I'm the biggest Cavs fan here in town. I mean, I'm just embarrassed. This team has no heart, no soul, no fight. I mean, I think they should fire Atkinson just to light a fire under these 12 guys. I mean, I would bring in Michael Malone. This guy, I know Atkinson was coach of the year, big deal. So was Stfansky. But Michael Malone from the Denver Nuggets, he's available. He has ties to the Cavs. I would bring him in here and light a fire under these 12 guys. That's what I would do.
BP, real quick.
Strong take,
Are
BP.
you the biggest Cavs fan, meaning secretly you're 800 pounds, or do you mean your fandom is the largest in town?
Well, you've met me. I'm not 800 pounds. I'm less than 200 pounds, so I'm not the
No, in fact, last we talked, BP, you were going to get me a new shower head.
I'll get you one.
You said that last time. I'm yet to receive the new shower head.
Well, text me your address and I'll send it to you.
I'm not going to do that.
I'll drop it off at the station, but no problem. Of course,
I'm not going to do that, but I like your strong take.
One last thing, though. John Morant, he makes the exact salary as Darius Garland, $39.5 million. I would swap those guys in a heartbeat. We would get a little bit tougher.
Oh, I actually brought this up to Nick yesterday. Nick was not interested.
He's a fake ass.
I'm interested. This guy, at least we need something here to shake up the snow globe, and I think John Morant isn't perfect, but you know that's the kind of trade we got to make here. They got to mix it up here. This isn't working.
All right, PP.
BP, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I hope you get your shower head.
He's in the shower head business. Last time we talked, he was like, "I'm going to get you the," because water pressure with the shower head is a thing for me. Yeah. He's like, I got. He basically told me he's got like black market shower heads that like they don't even sell you anymore. They have like the type of water pressure you can only dream of. And I was like, I'm interested. Let's go down this road. And no shower head.
So is it that Darius Garland is an injury-plagued point guard? So let's get another injury-plagued point guard, but one that is like one dumb decision away from jail? Is that what we're hoping for? Ja Morant's...
he can score at an elite level. And so I think you're banking on the idea that, well, I mean, right now you don't, relative to what you had last year.
Wait a little bit. Take the cartridge out. Try that.
Okay.
Do all that before Ja Morant. Yeah. It's that time of the week.
You're so disgusted.
Let's get to Cash Lovett in the fan hotline.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
I think it was the Taekwondo. Cash, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Oh, just sitting here dressed in full gear ready to go.
All right. Are you better at Thai, Quan, or dough?
Dough. I need a really good one. Love focaccia. A little bit of sourdough.
Okay, you're the money guy, though. Dough was like 2 on the nose for you. You should have picked up on that one.
Oh, that is true. I got into baking. I was one of those weird people during COVID and just never really stopped.
I would insult those people, really? But they make great bread. My brother-in-law makes great bread, and I'm like, I'd love to haze you because this isn't very manly, but also your focaccia is out of this world.
Thank you.
You focaccia my attention. You know what I'm saying? Rams at Seahawks. How are we feeling about this one?
And try to be more American pro this week.
Yeah.
Hey, it was a nice, boring game that everyone apparently watched, and I had 7 people asking me to change the channel. I don't know what you want from me.
Rams at Seahawks, sir.
He hates the Army-Navy game. He really does.
We got a rematch. It's going to be a very, I think, efficient game is going to be the best way to put it. I absolutely love the Rams on the money line. The Seattle offensive line is banged up, I get to take Matthew Stafford over Sam Darnold, who was recently lost the first time with 4 interceptions. The Rams are getting apparently Colby Parkinson love is real out there, with Puka Nacua going to have a nice strong game. Take the Rams on the money line plus 105.
Army-Navy became CBS's most watched college football game on the network this past weekend.
Became CBS's?
Yeah, for CBS, yeah. Out of all the college games they had all year long, this was the most watched college football game this year.
Because they lost the SEC.
7.85 million viewers.
Hey, there was, 10.7 last year?
It was 9-something. It's a 17% decrease. So are we losing steam in Army-Navy, Cash?
It definitely sounds like it. I mean, when you got amazing bowl games like Washington and Boise State following it up, how do you not?
All right, well, let's stay with college football. Tomorrow night, Alabama at Oklahoma. What's your read here?
As much as it pains me to say, I know you're going to say it doesn't pain me, but I absolutely love Oklahoma at home. I see the home team at night, Norman, just being absolutely crazy. Alabama still cannot run the ball. They've only had a 100-yard rusher once this season. I don't see that changing. The offense has become completely one-dimensional. Talks of DeBoer heading up to Michigan as soon as the game ends. And OU leads the SEC with 41 sacks. With Alabama being one-dimensional, I think they're going to add to that. Go ahead and take the Sooners on the money line.
Cash, Miami at Texas A&M. What do you think about this game?
The battle of Notre Dame as our best win. Should Notre Dame just be catapulted ahead since there's only 2 teams that beat them? But I think Texas A&M tied with Oklahoma with 41 sacks. Carson Beck is absolutely atrocious under pressure. That's how they lost the Louisville game and SMU. He's already traveled to Texas once this year. They lost. Miami only has 34 sacks, and we saw what Kevin James was able to do against that defense. I think Marcel Reese is going to have a big game rushing. He might have a turnover, but Texas A&M is going to be able to overcome it. Do not fear laying the points. A&M minus 3.5.
All right, let's go to the pro game. Packers at Bears in an NFC North clash.
Here we can go back to the ratings. I think the NFL is going to have better ratings than the college football games that's taking place at this time. We had this game 2 weeks ago that we, I believe, covered with the Bears +7, or at least it was a push. I think the Bears are going to win this one outright. The Packers have lost their best run stopper in Kenny Clark to a trade. Micah Parsons due to injury. Their top safety is out. Christian Watson was in the ER room 6 days ago, so even if he does play, definitely not going to be 100%. The Bears are going to be able to run the ball a lot of 2 tight end sets with 2 of their receivers out. Fear not, it's at home in Chicago. Take the Bears.
Final one here, Bills at Browns. How are we feeling about this game?
Awful. As I said last week, we are now 6 weeks in a row incorrect on the Browns. Should probably just take the under, but no, I think the Browns have just completely quit on this coaching staff, on the defensive coordinator. They have been absolutely gashed in the run the last 2 weeks. I think it's going to continue with James Cook. And I unfortunately feel like they have just waved the white flag trying to get as high of a draft pick as humanly possible. Bills minus 10.5.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
Appreciate America more. Thank you very much. Put him on hold. Wouldn't let him respond. Lee Greenwood would never, Cash.
You showed him.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
It puts it on the line. Players in Army-Navy, I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, it's still like the second most watched Army-Navy game since 1990. I mean, there had to be some sort of come down from last year's gigantic numbers.
Listen, you know what? The truth is, real Americans get it. Real Americans get it. In case you missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books of the BetMGM network. The Chiefs travel to Nashville on Sunday to take on the Titans as a 3-point favorite. Gardner Minshew will start in place of Patrick Mahomes, who is out for the season. Even without Mahomes, I don't think Kansas City should only be favored by 3.
then regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to billshappen.com and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show, the Kevin Stfansky Show. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we got Thursday Night Football on this very station. Last week, we had a local legend as the Browns player that was on the Kevin Stfansky Show. I don't know how you top it. They're going to try to.
Something tells me they'll get it done.
I don't know. Played locally. Starter. I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want?
Maybe a little bit more.
How much more?
I mean, I don't know. We're calling him a legend.
Local legend.
Local legend. Okay.
Yeah, not an NFL legend.
Okay. Well,
local legend.
Local legend.
Maybe, it's a Kevin Stfansky show. Maybe Kevin will have Wyatt on.
Is Dante Moore a local legend?
I just want to know. Maybe, you won't let him play right guard here. We get to watch Garrett Dellinger go out there.
It would be really funny if they hammered out their differences just on a radio show.
I don't think Kevin could handle Wyatt's differences.
How does that go down? Kevin just sits back and says, "Okay."
He just says,
"I hear you."
You know what? You got a point.
Or it's like when Meredith was trying to give Mac a hard time earlier today, and Mac, I didn't know who was in the right or who was in the wrong. But then you were just like, "All right, yeah, my bad. Yeah, okay." You just admitted to it instead of trying to fight it out. I kind of wanted you to. I wanted you to fight it out a little bit, though.
Yeah. Not great, Mac.
I'll do better. I can be better. I will be better.
I don't think you will. Now, big thanks to our guest today. Loaded lineup.
Oh, yeah.
Can be said for you.
Sal Capaccio at 3 o'clock today. WGR in Buffalo, getting you ready for the Browns and Bills. We had Pete Fiutak at 4:20, College Football News. Admitted he's going to help me get a Heisman vote. Also admitted Fernando Mendoza not the best football player in college football this year. Nick Shook, the Shookie monster, who pounded the sheets for Kirk Cousins as the bridge quarterback, to which I say, booty cheeks. A lot of good stuff from Nick Shook, though. Again, locally, born and raised here. Locally, lives here as well.
Local legend.
Local legend, Nick Shook. And, hey, stopping it right there. I was going to say some stuff, and now I'm going to...
Hey, might as well just say it.
I should, but I won't.
Why not?
I shouldn't.
It's the holidays. Who's going to hold you accountable?
Also, big thanks to Cash Lovett. What could be our final hit with him?
That's upsetting. I wish we would have really relished in it if we had known that was the final one.
We could have baked in it. You know what I mean?
Well, I think we should just bring Cash back regardless. Every single week. What do you think about that?
I think we should own... I like the idea of like a probationary period.
Yeah?
Where we got to love it to bring Cash back.
Okay.
We got to make him earn it. Like some media folks, they just give things because they wore like a wacky fur coat. You know what I mean?
And maybe have a fun haircut.
They do like an imitation of Pat McAfee, and somebody goes, "You get a show." Not on this show. That's not how we work
I have no idea who you'd be talking about.
We're grinders. All right, we grind.
We're prudent grinders.
Here. All right, we grind here. If you want to grind with us, you got to get it.
All right.
All right?
All right.
Did I tell you I was the gift card Karen today?
No, you didn't tell me this.
My beautiful wife, Vanessa, whom I love with all my heart, and these are all erasure phrase.
Yeah. Should we just play the music in case we missed it? Or do you
let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Play that. But I'm going first today because I want to tell my story.
That's okay. Tell your story.
With love. So Vanessa was like, I need to get all these gift cards. I'm stressed out about all these gift cards.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can go to the store before work. And so I went to one of the stores, at which point I realized that the 6 gift cards that I needed to buy in Wadsworth, one store has 2 of them, another store has 2 of them, and a third store has 2 of them. So I'm already a little frustrated finding this out in real time, that this woman clearly was like, you can just go to this store and get them all. She was wrong, all right? But then they had 2 lanes open, of the where you can go through and somebody's going to, and then they had
checkout lines.
The self checkout lines open.
Yeah.
So then finally, after 10 minutes of waiting in line, I go to the self checkout because I'm like, I'm not waiting on. The line hadn't moved, so I go over there and immediately it goes. You need a cashier to help you with
gift
this.
cards. They don't just let you scan it and go.
Yeah. Now here's the problem. There were 2 cashiers not doing anything, yucking it up, 7 feet away from me, seeing the red blinking light. And I started kind of just like throwing my hands up, like, we got to do this, we got to do this. And I was.
You wouldn't just say, "Hey, can I get some help over here?"
Well, they were talking. I could not interrupt them. They were talking. And I can admit,
I would have just interrupted them.
There was a moment.
They're employees.
Where I thought about saying,
"Let's get on the hop here."
Bleep this, leaving my stuff and just going.
You would have left instead of just being like, "Hey, can I get some help?"
Yeah. I'm not hard to miss. I'm not hard to miss. Nor is the red blinking light. You're just sitting there talking. She was talking to some, and then there was another conversation with a second woman. I was like, "Listen, respectfully, your job is not to talk with this woman with a bad dye job in her hair. Your job is to come over here."
Maybe they know you were insulting her hair, and was like, "Screw this guy."
I about did. We about dropped some
Having
bombs.
said no words to her, just be like, "You have a bad hair job," and then just walk out.
There's about to be a DX crotch chop.
Oh my!
And here's the thing: I knew I was starting to get impatient because just by my presence, my angry presence, I could see people were not making eye contact with me.
So wait, who's the gift card Karen in this scenario?
I am.
Oh, you are?
Because I was about to be an irrational person in the holiday season. Because to get 2 gift cards, it took me 25 minutes in a store.
Okay, so I'm assuming you didn't leave then, because you obviously threatened to leave, but you got the gift cards. What happened? You just waited for them to be done talking,
and I just ate a bowl of crap.
And you just
sat there
and took it
and ate it,
and just waited for them to finish.
Like a common simp, like they put a chair for me in the corner, and I got to watch the whole thing happen.
You just wouldn't say, "Hey, can I get some help over here?"
No.
Can I please get some help over here?
In this case, I shouldn't have to.
What do you mean you shouldn't have to?
No, I'm 6'4". There's a red light blinking 2 feet above my head, and you're sitting yucking it up about, "Do you think we're going to get the new Chanel in?" Who gives a rat's patootie?
They decided they didn't care about whether or not the red light was blinking. At some point, your brain has to signal and say, I have to be aggressive or I can't be here anymore.
In fairness, I didn't know how to not do it in a very aggressive way. I didn't know how to do it in like where you're so mad. You think you're saying like, "Hey, can I get some help?" And it's going to be like, "Help here? Can I get some help here?" That's what I thought it was going to come out.
I have no issue with being like, "Hey, I need some help. Can you help me?"
I normally don't. I think I was just so irrationally mad.
Well, you're mad because you're waiting in the lines to begin with?
Yes. I wouldn't be mad about the whole process. You don't have the gift cards I need, so I was misled on this. It's turning into a Lord of the Rings journey to get 6 freaking gift cards.
I'm glad you got the gift cards then.
I don't love giving gift cards anyways. I don't know who they're for. I don't know what Vanessa's going to use them for. So I'm just out here on this fool's errand, and then it turns into the toughest job of the millennium? No.
It wasn't that tough. You just sat there.
In a chair.
It was pretty easy.
In a chair as I watched the festivities. Great job, Mac Robinson, on the board. Yes. Great job, Jake Murren there, doing the 92.3 The Fan thing on the YouTube and whatnot. Great job, Meredith Kane. Great job, Macaroni. I can't demand you get over here and scan this right now. Don't make me peddle your fanny. It's Matt Corrali, the big cheese. It's how he would be in that scenario. I was role playing
naturally.
And you know what, JP?
Hard out, buddy.
Good job out of you.
All right, have fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Bye.
This Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.